Hello everyone! Welcome! Mass Effect 2. Sorry about being very unclear about when I was coming back to stream. Honestly, I didn't really have a plan. I would just kind of took things um, like as they came each day. Um, so yeah, we did our midsummer celebrations, and then I stayed at my parents for a little bit because it's been a while since I last saw them. Um, yeah, and that's basically it. So I got back home like the other day, and took a little time for myself. Um, but now I'm back, and I'm here to stream. I haven't uh what's it called? Fiddled with the threshold for my glitch effect. I guess I could do that now. Um, I'm real quickly just gonna uh, reduce the volume a little bit because it's a little bit loud on my end. I'm gonna have to turn it up for you guys, but um, there. That's better for me, I think. Yeah. I might have to turn it up later for you guys, but for now, this works. But yeah, uh, as I was saying, I got back home the other day and took a little bit of time from myself just to like unwind. Like because midsummer, oof, that tuckered me out. Of course, I got some time to like replenish my social battery at my parents because they were working a lot. So I just had some time for myself where I could watch some like TV shows and stuff. um, but we were a lot of people celebrating on Midsummer, and by like, I think it was the second day of Midsummer, um, I was so done. Like, I didn't want to have any more social interactions with anyone. So I was kind of like sitting in the sofa and drawing. But then my dad was like, "Oh, let's play this game." Um, and I thought like, "Oh, I guess I could," because I thought like only like four of us or something were going to play, but it turned out everyone was playing. So um, I didn't purposely try to like be bad at the game. So because if you like fail multiple times in a row, you're basically out of the game. And I didn't try to be bad on purpose. Like I still tried to like, you know, be somewhat good at the game, but then I think since I was like not in my best element, and I wasn't having a good time, I think I just kind of was like didn't perform that well. So I went back to drawing after that. And I think my dad was kind of worried. I think he thought I was feeling down or something, but in truth, I just wanted some alone time because my social battery was so drained. Um, yeah. Wait, I'm gonna try to fiddle a little bit with the threshold of my glitch effect. Um, Maybe this is a little bit better, so it's not like constant all the time. Might still be too low. I don't know what a good threshold for it would be, honestly. Maybe this is better. Yeah, just so that it's not as constant. Yeah. Ooh, and every time I click out of the game, you can't hear it anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder if that's because I made it so it's borderless now. I thought that would still keep the sound, but maybe it doesn't. Well, anyway, I think I've been rambling on long enough. Let's just start the game. Let's import our character. Yeah. Hell yeah. That means we don't have to make a new character. State of the art with oh. Let's see here. Let's keep normal. We'll have subtitles on. Yeah, I think something like this is good. Name. Station. Yeah, I think all of this is already like we're on the Paragon's path. I don't know what that means. I know what we got a lot of points in Paragon, so I guess that makes sense. um Rick survived. Asher Williams was killed on Vermeer. Kansas was lost during the attack of the Citadel, yeah. And Commander Shepard recommended Captain Anderson. Yeah, that seems like uh yeah, that seems right. Okay. Let's see. Oh, what's this? Who are these people?
Shepard did everything right. More than we could have hoped for.
Commander Shepard uncovered the truth.
And still, it's not enough.
We're at war. No one wants to admit it, but humanity is under attack.
But they're sending her to fight Geth. Geth! We both know they're not the real threat. The Reapers are still out there.
And it's up to us to stop them.
The Council will never trust Cerberus. They'll never accept our help, even after everything humanity has accomplished. But Shepard, they'll follow her. She's a hero, a bloody icon. But she's just one woman. If we lose Shepard, humanity might well follow.
Then see to it that we don't lose her.
Okay. 1 month after the devastating Geth attack on the Citadel, humanity seized political control of the galaxy. Now, the human-led council is forced to respond to evidence that the Reapers, enormous machines that eradicate all advances. Why does it always go by so fast? How am I supposed to read it if it's so fast? I even tried to read it fast. I guess if you're reading it in your head, it doesn't take as long. But like, when I have to say the words aloud, it takes some
Disengaging FTL
time.
drives. Emission sinks active. Board is green. We are running silent.
We're wasting our time. 4 days searching up and down this sector, and we haven't found any sign of Geth activity.
3 ships went missing here in the past month. Something happened to them.
My money's on slavers. The Terminus system is crawling with them.
Picking up something on the long-range scanner. Unidentified vessel. Looks like a cruiser.
Doesn't match any known signatures.
Cruiser is changing course. Now on intercept trajectory.
Can't be. Stealth systems are engaged. There's no way a Geth ship could possibly...
It's not the Geth. Brace for evasive maneuvers!
Ooh. Whoa.
Presley!
Kinetic barriers down. Multiple hull breaches. Weapons offline. Somebody get that fire out.
What is that? Oh. Oh, Kaden! Would have liked to see you in different circumstances, but...
Shepard!
Distress beacon is ready for launch.
Will the Alliance get here in time?
The Alliance won't abandon us. We just need to hold on. Get everyone onto the escape shuttles.
Joker's still in the cockpit. He won't abandon ship. I'm not leaving either.
I need you to get the crew onto the evac shuttles. I'll take care of Joker.
Commander!
Caden, go! Now.
Aye, aye.
Oh?
Everybody in! Go! Go! Go!
No! Oh man. We just get straight into the action, huh? Save one for us. Please. Man, Normandy, our precious ship in shambles. Oh, straight into it.
Mayday! 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 This is SSV Normandy!
Oh man,
We've suffered heavy damage from an unknown enemy.
we need to get to him.
Come on, baby, hold together. Hold together.
Shit. How is Joker like? Is he still okay? There's a barrier around him, huh? Man, seeing the Normandy like this kinda sucks.
Come on, Joker. We have to get out of here.
No, I won't abandon the Normandy. I can still save her.
The Normandy's lost. Going down with the ship won't change that.
Yeah, okay. Help me up. They're coming around for another attack.
Oh shit. Bruh.
Ah, watch the arm.
Sorry, Joker. Oh my god.
Commander! Shepard!
Wait, what? No. Excuse you? Are we just lost in space? No, are you serious? Yo. They started off like that? Bruh. Huh? Mass Effect Genesis is an interactive comic that summarizes the events of Mass Effect 1. Would you like to review the story so far? Yeah.
Just another routine mission. Why do they always say that before a mission? Of course it's routine, you haven't done anything yet. It's everything that happens along the way. The choices you make, the paths you choose, that turn the routine into anything but. Of course, that's how it started. A routine mission, answering a distress call. And look where that got me. We were testing out the Normandy, Captain Anderson's new ship, when the distress call came in. An Alliance patrol on Eden Prime had been attacked. They'd seen something they couldn't explain. And whatever it was massive. I hit the ground with my lieutenant, Caden Alenko. A good kid, loyal, by the book, with a talent for biotics. We came across the lone survivor of the patrol, Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams. A soldier to the core. Tough, disciplined, ready to take on whatever came her way. Ashley joined up with us and took us to the spot where she lost her squad. That's when we saw it. The ship. Like nothing I'd ever seen. It was massive, scorching the colony and everything around it as it blasted away. We followed the path of destruction to an artifact, a beacon left by a long-dead race called the Protheans. The colony had dug it up, and whoever attacked them had tried to take it.
This is
Lieutenant
basically
Alenko made the
everything we
mistake
did
of getting
last
too
game.
close. Hit him with some type of energy. I grabbed him and threw him out of the way. That's when it hit me. Hard. Every muscle in my body went rigid. I couldn't move. Could barely breathe. Everything went black. And then I saw something. A vision. Dream.
I'm guessing later
A
on.
nightmare. By the time I woke up, we were halfway to the Citadel on our way to meet the Council.
It will
I was
show like
expected to
our
explain what I'd
choices.
seen. Anderson came along. So did Udina, our political representative on the Citadel. With those two heavyweights, it seemed reasonable we could persuade the Council that the ship we'd seen was a potential threat. As was the individual behind the attacks. The main suspect for the Eden Prime massacre was a Turian Spectre named Saren. He'd been seen by one of the survivors from the colony at Eden Prime, and there was some evidence to suggest that the ship was connected to Saren. But even Udina's pointed accusations weren't enough to convince the Council. They just couldn't believe one of their chosen elite Spectres could be guilty of something like that. They needed proof, which meant I needed proof. Fortunately, I wasn't alone in my search. Garrus, another Turian, wanted to help. A top agent for Citadel Security. Despite orders from his superiors that he shouldn't get involved, he told me he was suspicious of Saren and he had some useful leads. More importantly, he was willing to share them. That led me to Rex, the biggest, nastiest looking Krogan bounty hunter I'd ever seen. He turned out to be more than just a brute. It was his intel that led us to a fugitive with incriminating evidence on Saren. The fugitive turned out to be an energetic little Quarian named Tally. A tech expert with a knack for hacking, she'd procured some information on Saren. Evidence that proved Saren was dirty. Tally's evidence proved that Saren was responsible for the massacre on Eden Prime, and the immense warship we'd spotted was in fact Saren's flagship. But it went much further. Saren was trying to find a way to bring back a race of sentient machines from dark space. Machines allegedly responsible for cleansing the galaxy of all organic life. These Reapers were blamed for wiping out all life 50,000 years ago, including the Protheans, then disappearing back through the mass relays to dark space, leaving no trace that they'd ever been. That explained why Saren was after the beacon, and it made some sense out of my visions, but not much else. We couldn't convince the Council that the Reapers were a threat, but they agreed Saren had to be stopped. They stripped him of his Spectre status and gave me the honor of becoming the first human Spectre.
Yeah.
My first task? Bring down Saren. Anderson decided to stay behind, giving up his ship, the Normandy. He told me I'd need it more than he would. He also pointed me in a direction. Liara. A Prothean expert, adept in biotics, and maybe most importantly, daughter of Benezia, Saren's top lieutenant. And like most Asari, as beautiful as she is intelligent, and born with a unique ability to meld with other species, Liara was able to help me decipher some of the vision the beacon had given me. Nothing concrete, but it gave me some clues. And a new appreciation for the Asari. Her technique for accessing my vision was unexpected, but not at all unpleasant. Caden was a little concerned about the connection I shared with Liara. As commander, I knew either relationship had the potential to interfere with the mission. I told Caden I wasn't interested in Liara. I had my eyes on someone else. But we agreed we wouldn't let it get in the way of our mission.
Who could that be?
Finding Saren. Thanks to Liara's help, we had our next lead, Benezia. Saren had taken her to Noveria, where he'd enslaved the queen of a dangerous race of insect-like creatures, the Rachni. He ordered Benezia to use the same technique Liara had used on me to extract information from the Rachni queen. The queen's drones were everywhere, and they were not happy. We had to fight through hundreds of them to get to Benezia. By the time we arrived, Saren was gone, with the information. I tried to reason with Benezia, but Saren had indoctrinated her. He had somehow acquired the ability to control people's actions and wills. Benezia wouldn't surrender, and Liara was forced to watch her mother
there
die in
when we
her
killed
arms.
her mom.
And I was left with an
But yeah.
angry, dangerous Rachni queen to deal with. She claimed her drones would do no harm if I released her. But the Rachni had terrorized the galaxy before. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't doom an entire species for past sins. And the queen was true to her word. She left and took her army of drones with her.
Yeah, this
With
would do.
Saren's top lieutenant dead, he was quickly running out of time and places to hide. I tracked him down at his base on Vermeer. But we soon learned it was more than a base of operations. It was a breeding ground. Saren was breeding an army of Krogan. He'd found
This
a cure
is
for
like-
the genophage, a disease inflicted on the Krogan to prevent
After
them
all
from
of our
breeding
side
and taking over the
missions.
galaxy. But the Krogan Saren was breeding were slaves. Mindless beasts that obeyed Saren's will. I had to destroy the base and all its research. Rex disagreed. Violently. Rex wanted the genophage cure for his people. I tried to convince him to help me destroy it, that these Krogan weren't real. But he wouldn't back down. Fortunately, Rex is smarter than he looks. He realized this wasn't the way to help his people, and that Saren was the real threat. When we finally got to the center of the base, I realized just how close Saren was to completing his plan. He was already in communication with the Reapers. Sovereign, Saren's flagship we'd all assumed was just a ship, was a Reaper. It spoke to me, threatened me. I could feel the menace it had for every living thing. It wanted me dead. It wanted us all dead. And I knew it was capable of doing just that. What I couldn't understand was why Saren would help it. But there was no time to think about it. Sovereign knew where we were. We had to destroy the base and get the hell out.
Before...
I split my team into 2 squads, sending Ash with one and Caden with the other as a distraction. We had a nuke and we planned to use it. Before we could detonate the bomb, Saren showed up. We fought. I stalled him to make time for my team. And in talking to him, I realized the truth. It wasn't Saren who was indoctrinating everyone. It was Sovereign, the Reaper. And Saren was in deeper than all of them. He tried to convince me he was still in control. Said he'd found a way to reduce the Reaper's influence, but he was kidding himself. Or believing the lies Sovereign was telling him. Before I could convince him to stop, he ran, leaving me just seconds to extract my squad mates. I tried, but I wasn't fast enough. I could only save one of them. Ash was a good friend, and a great soldier. But I had to choose, and I chose Caden. That was the last time Saren would slip away from me. I knew then, the next time we met, one of us would die. With my team mostly intact, we chased Saren and his army to Ilos, a long-lost planet that had once belonged to the Protheans. As we prepared for what we knew would be a desperate fight, I spoke to my crew. We were just one ship, against Saren's growing army. I assured them all that despite the odds, we could defeat him. But Caden saw through my words. He knew I was hurting after Ash's death. He could sense my doubts. We both knew this mission could be our last. Until that moment, we put our feelings aside for the sake of the mission. But why wait? We gave in to each other. And it was perfect. While it lasted. We arrived on Ilos close behind Saren. Once on the planet, we discovered a Prothean databank that helped me put the final pieces of my vision together. The Reapers had come 50,000 years ago, and every 50,000 years before that, each time purging the galaxy of life. The Protheans had fought and died like every species before them, but a few survived long enough to leave a parting gift. The Protheans had discovered that the Citadel was the key to controlling the mass relays. By sabotaging the Citadel, they found a way to close the relays to dark space, slowing the Reapers' return, giving us the time we needed to find a solution to stop the Reapers once and for all. Saren knew this. He was leading his army to take control of the Citadel and re-establish the relays to dark space, bringing the waiting Reapers here to destroy us all. We followed him to the Citadel. It was intact, but heavily damaged. He'd caught the Council fleets by surprise, and they were only now regrouping. And with Sovereign as his flagship, there was little hope that the fleets could counterattack with enough strength to take back the Citadel. But Saren was done running, and I was done chasing him. As the Alliance and Council fleets battled Saren's army outside the Citadel, I cornered the Turian bastard in the Citadel tower and confronted him. He died believing that the Reapers would save him. As I fought to regain control of the Citadel, the Council's flagship, the Destiny Ascension, fell under attack. Despite Saren's death, Sovereign and Saren's army continued to fight. The Council was aboard the Destiny Ascension and they were requesting assistance. But I knew in order to help them, I would have to put our human Alliance fleet in jeopardy. The Council could be replaced. The fleets were needed here and now if we were going to defeat Sovereign. Even with the Citadel back in my control, Saren defeated and the Normandy leading the combined galactic fleet. The battle against Sovereign, a single Reaper, was relentless. It took the combined fleets of humanity and the other races, but in the end, Sovereign fell. But the costs were immense.
Yeah.
While humanity's efforts in the war earned us our first seat on the Council, it was a hollow victory. The Reapers were still out there. I knew the fight was far from over, but as the one who'd led the fight against Saren, I was given new responsibilities. The choice of humanity's first counselor was left to me to decide. On the one hand, Udina, the lifetime politician. Ruthless and ambitious, he would easily navigate the political landmines that would soon be placed before him. The other choice, Captain Anderson, the career soldier. Tough but fair. But a friend, and someone I could trust. Both great leaders in their own right. Anderson didn't want the job, which was a sure sign he'd be perfect for it. No ambition to get in the way. The war was over. The threat had passed. In time, the Council would rebuild itself. The Citadel could be repaired. Even the pain of lost friends would fade. But none of that mattered if the Reapers were still out there. And if they were all as powerful as Sovereign, we had to find a way to stop them. I had to find a way. I gathered my crew, took my ship, and went in search of answers. Officially, the Council would only say I was assigned cleanup duty, routing out any remnants of Saren's army. Just another routine mission.
Oh. That was kind of nice, like, rundown of everything that happened last game. It's nice that they do that.
Commander Shepard has been recovered.
Oh?
The Lazarus Project will proceed as planned.
Oh? We're alive? Or going to be? Whoa. We were dead. Oh. Oh, we're back. Oh, we can change how we look. Oh. I would like to make her eyes a little bit less intense. But I don't want to redo our whole, like, the whole face. So I think I'll just accept. Oh, we can pick something else now. I would actually like, I think, I feel like having high combat, I always went for like high combat, so I feel like maybe I should be the one with high combat now. Thick in combat. Periodic. And thick. Yeah, because we went for Sentinel last time. I think it will just be a soldier, honestly. Your achievements give you access to the following bonus powers. Select one. I don't know which one is which. What is fortification? What does that mean? Let's pick fortification, I guess. I don't know what that means, though. How am I supposed to remember? Because I don't. Hold up. If I go to custom appearance, can I... No. Well, that's annoying. I'll just pick this one. But what does fortification mean? Shouldn't they have like information about it? What is read? Like some of these you can understand, like energy drain, barrier. I know what the barrier is. Barrier is actually kind of nice. But I don't know what fortification is. It sounds good, but maybe I'll just go with the barrier. I'll go with fortification. It sounds good. It must be good, right? Once you confirm your character is complete, you will be unable to change any settings. Alright. Sounds good to me. Maybe I picked the worst power, but I don't know what they do.
Something's wrong. She's reacting to outside stimuli, showing an awareness of her surroundings. Oh my god, Miranda. I think she's waking up.
Damn it, Wilson. She's not ready yet. Give her the sedative. Shepard, don't try to move. Just lie still. Try to stay calm.
Heart rate's still climbing. Brain activity is off the charts. Stats pushing into the red zone. It's not working.
Another dose. Now.
Heart rate dropping. Stats falling back into normal range. That was too close. We almost lost her.
I told you your estimates were off. Run the numbers again.
Hello. That's one hell of a way to wake up.
Wake up, Commander.
We can't have our eyes like fully closed because they're so intense.
Shepard, your scars aren't healed, but I need you to get moving. This facility is under attack. There's a pistol in the locker on the other side of the room. Hurry!
Oh.
Grab the pistol and armor from the locker. You don't have time to wait around, Shepard. Grab your weapon and armor.
This pistol doesn't have a thermal clip.
It's a med bay. We'll get you a clip from... Damn it! Those cannons, keep your head down, Shepard. Shield yourself from the blast. Someone's hacking security trying to kill you. Look for a thermal clip for your pistol.
Oh. You have to
Looks
do
like they set up a barricade
a lot
to try holding the
more.
mechs off.
Oh, we can vault over stuff? Oh my god. Is
Keep moving, we need to get to the shuttles.
there anything over here? Seems like the combat in this is way more involved than the other games. I need to turn down the sensitivity just a little bit. Maybe like 30. It's a little bit better.
Security mechs are closing in on your position. Take cover.
Okay. Wait, there's another one? Oh, there's loads.
Nice work, Shepard. Coast is clear.
Okay. Cool. Oh, you still get stuck behind walls sometimes, but that's okay. Which way am I supposed to go? I don't think I'm supposed to be in here. Oh, nice. That.
Don't waste time. I can't keep the mechs distracted for long. More reinforcements heading your... Here come the mechs. Use the grenade launcher to take them out.
Move your mouse over the weapon bar, and then the grenade launcher. Oh. Oh shit.
Take the elevator down 1 floor.
Oh.
Hurry! Get to the door! Run! You're doing fine, Shepard. Head to the next room and I'll try to meet you. Shepard, read me. I've got men closing in on my position.
Oh, I can do this. Can I? Yeah, I can still do this.
Allied force casualty.
Progress is slow, but subject shows signs of recovery. Major organs are again functional, and there are signs of rudimentary neurological activity. In an effort to accelerate the process, we've moved from simple organic reconstruction of the subject to biosynthetic fusion. Initial results show promise.
Okay.
Progress is slow, but subject shows signs of recovery.
So this is all about
Major organs are again
us.
functional, and there are signs of
Log update. The cost of this project is astronomical. Over 4 billion credits so far. But nobody seems to care that we've gone over budget. I don't know where the boss gets all this money. Maybe it's better not to know. I just wish he'd kick a little more in my direction once in a while.
Huh. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. Am I supposed to go here? Let's check behind this wall safe. Oh, it was just some credits. That's an annoying alarm. Oh. I don't know if I can. Sorry, bro.
Log update. I can't figure Miranda out. As project director, she should be ecstatic at all the progress we've made. But she's still the same old ice queen. Maybe she's worried Shepard might become the new favorite. Or maybe she is just a pure cold-hearted bitch.
Okay.
Hostile! Shepard, what the hell? What are you doing here? I thought you were still a work in progress.
Are you with Miranda?
Yeah, sorry. I forgot this is all new to you right now. I'm Jacob Taylor. I've been stationed here for—
Hostiles detected.
Damn it! Things must be worse than I thought if Miranda's got you running around. I'll fill you in, but we better get you to the shuttle first.
What's with the mechs?
Security. Usually they fight for us. Somebody must have hacked them. That should be impossible, unless you've got access. We've got to get you out of here, Shepard.
I know this isn't the best time, but I'm sick of stumbling around when I don't know what's going on.
Fair enough. I'll give you the quick version. You and your ship were attacked and destroyed. You were killed. Dead as dead can be when they brought you here. Our scientists spent the last 2 years putting you back together. You've been comatose, or worse, that whole time.
Not much.
Welcome back to your life.
We're just like in the beginning of the game. We just woke up from basically being dead. Yeah. So it's a lot happening right now.
I'm having trouble wrapping my head around this.
Yeah, I can imagine. The Alliance officially declared you killed
How
in
are
action.
you?
The whole galaxy
Have
thinks
you
you're dead.
played
And if
the
we don't
first
get to
one?
those shuttles,
This is the second
they'll be
game,
right.
so you know. If you don't get.
Were there any other survivors from the Normandy?
I'll tell you what. You help me finish off these mechs, and I'll play 20 questions with you all day.
Okay.
We're low on thermal clips, but I'm a biotic. Just give the order when you want me to hit them with the good stuff.
Oh. Okay, let's fight. Oh, I guess I have to do something with him. Pull over. Oh, he did it. Cool. Was that all of them?
Okay. I promised I'd answer your questions. What do you want to know?
Okay. Oh, there's a lot to ask about. We're kind of confused. I mean, I guess he has already told us we've been dead for like 2 years. And we just woke up. Like, we don't know, like, how did we get here and stuff like that. I guess I'll just ask him about everything.
You said they spent 2 years rebuilding me. How bad were my injuries?
I'm no doctor, but it was bad. When I first saw you, you were nothing but meat and tubes. Anywhere else, they'd have put you in a coffin. But Project Lazarus was different. Cutting-edge technology.
What can you tell me about the project? Were there other test subjects?
Project Lazarus only had one subject. The whole point was to bring you back. Just you.
Oh.
Even that was a challenge. 2 years.
I mean, I guess we did...
The best technology money could buy.
We did help a lot, but like, why is it so important that we're back alive?
What do you mean, cloning? Cybernetics?
I don't know the details. You'd have to ask the scientists. But I'm pretty sure you're not a clone. They wanted to bring you back exactly as you were. You're still you. You just might have a few extra bits and pieces now.
Okay.
Do you know anything about this attack? Who's behind it, what they're after?
Damned if I know. I was getting ready for some shut-eye, then bam! Bunch of explosions. Next thing I know, every damn mech in the place starts shooting
cool new
at us. I'm guessing it had to be an inside job. You'd need top security access to hack all the mechs.
The last thing I remember is the Normandy blowing up. Did anyone else make it?
Just about everybody survived. A few servicemen from the lower decks didn't get out. Navigator Presley was killed by an explosion. But everyone else, including the non-Alliance crew, the Asari, Liara, and the Quarian, they all made it out alive.
Okay, and where are they now?
Do you know what any of them are doing now?
I don't know, Commander. It's been 2 years.
Oh, shit.
They've moved on. Left the Alliance. Could be anywhere.
They were my team. If they knew I was alive, they'd come back.
Maybe you can track them down after we get off
Would
the
they?
station.
I think so, yeah.
If we get off the station.
I mean, it's been 2 years. They could have, like, totally different lives now. That's kind of scary to think about.
What's your job here?
Depends on who you ask. Technically, I'm Miranda's top lieutenant. But I'm just a soldier. I served 5 years in the Alliance before this. Now I'm in charge of the station's security. Usually a lot more dull than this. Normally I don't fire my gun unless
I
it's
wonder if I need
practice.
to make them a little bit louder. Or is it fine?
When I first woke up, someone named Miranda was talking to me over the radio. We lost contact just before I ran into you.
Miranda Lawson is the station's ranking officer. She led the Lazarus team. It was her job to bring you back to life, no matter what. Should have guessed she'd try to save you. She's not about to give up on you now. You said you lost contact. Could you tell what was happening?
There was some gunfire and an explosion right before I lost her.
She knows how to take care of herself. But I hope she's okay.
I think that was everything we could talk
What's the
about.
quickest way to those shuttles?
Depends where the mechs are thickest. It's probably best if we...
Check. Anyone on this frequency? Anybody still alive out there? Hello?
Wilson, this is Jacob. I'm here with Commander Shepard. Just took out a wave of mechs over in D-Wing.
Shepard's alive? How the hell? Never mind. You need to get her out of there. Get to the service tunnels and head for the network control room.
Roger that, Wilson. Stay on this frequency.
I think I remember a Wilson checking on me one time when I woke up.
That's him. He's the chief medical tech. Answers directly to Miranda. Come on. The service tunnels are this way.
Alright. Then let's get out of here. Ooh. I don't like the lights flickering.
We've been spotted.
Damn it, Wilson. This room is crawling with mechs.
The whole station is crawling with mechs. I'm doing the best I can.
It's fine.
Wilson, find us another...
Oh, God. They found me. Help!
Uh-oh.
Where are you?
Where's he at?
Room B. Hurry! They're out of control!
How do I get there?
Up those stairs, Shepard.
Okay. it here? Please open the door.
Shepard, down here!
There's...
Bastards
him?
got me in the leg!
This sounds so mean.
You were there the first time I regained consciousness.
Yeah, that was me. How about we talk about this after we fix my leg?
Should be some Metagel in the first aid station on the wall. Hopefully there's enough to get him up and moving again.
Grab the Metagel from the first aid station on the wall.
Okay. Unity power. Oh, a brief but massive boost to your armor. Okay. That's what it does. Okay, Unity. There we go. We actually used that ability
Thanks,
last
Shepard.
game too, I think.
Never thought you'd save my life. Guess that makes us even now, hmm? I thought maybe I could shut down the security mechs, but whoever did this fried the whole system. Completely irreversible.
We didn't
do
ask what
that.
you were doing. Why do you even have security mech clearance? You were in the bio wing.
Weren't you listening? I came here to try and fix this. Besides, I was shot. How do you explain that?
You're all strangers to me. Let's get someplace safe and then we'll sort out whose fault it is.
Right, Shepard. We need to find Miranda. We can't leave her behind.
Forget about Miranda. She was over in D-Wing. The mechs were all over that sector. There's no way she survived.
A bunch of mechs won't drop Miranda. She's alive.
Then where is she? Why haven't we heard from her? There are only two possible explanations. She's either dead, or she's a traitor.
Then why did she wake me up and warn me about the attack?
Okay, maybe she's not a traitor. But that doesn't change the facts. We're here, she's not. We need to save ourselves. The shuttle bay is only a few... We can overload the canisters to clear a path to the shuttle.
Just kill these real fast.
Collision proximity warning.
These mechs don't know when to quit.
Was that all of them? I think so. Wait. Oh, I can't go
way to the
back.
shuttles is through those canisters.
Okay, so overload. Whoa.
That's it. Let's get out of here.
Was I supposed to do that like last game too?
Okay, we took him down. But this is getting tense. Shepard, if I tell you who we work for, will you trust me?
This really isn't the time, Jacob.
We won't make it if she's expecting a shot in the back.
If you want to piss off the boss, it's your ass, Jacob.
The Lazarus Project, the program that rebuilt you. It's funded and controlled by Cerberus.
I know Cerberus was mentioned last game too, but I don't remember in what context. Oh, what were they talking about when they mentioned Cerberus? I don't remember, but I do remember me pointing out that it's the same name for like the Cerberus Assembly in Critical Role, but I don't remember if they're both bad guys.
I think I ran into Cerberus a few times while I was investigating Saren. Some kind of pro-human splinter group, right?
Well, that's what the Alliance wants people to believe. But there's more to it. The Alliance declared you dead. They gave up. Cerberus spent a fortune to bring you back. Look, I'd be suspicious too. But right now, we have to work together. I thought you deserved to know what's what. Once we're off the station, I'll take you to the elusive man. He'll explain everything. I promise.
I think we didn't really like Cerberus because they were like something. I can't remember. Oh, that sucks. But yeah, I remember us being like, against them. But who's the elusive? I don't want to be really like, I mean, I don't remember exactly what they were all about. I just remember I didn't quite like them. I kind of want to know what they're after, because like, why would you spend so much money to try and bring me back to life?
Elusive man. Is he in charge of all this?
Yeah, that's not his real name, of course. Nobody knows who he really is.
It was a code name the Alliance used for him. Kinda stuck.
So it's kind of like the Shadow Broker, I guess?
I don't care what his name is. He just needs to answer my questions. All of them.
He spent a lot of money and time bringing you back. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to tell you whatever you want to know.
It's not much farther to the shuttle.
Renegade action, kind of. Okay. Guess we go this way. Oops.
They've seen us.
Oh! I didn't realize those were bad guys. Which way should we go? Not sure. I kind of want to help Miranda. Are we not able to?
Target down!
Here. Okay. This way. Can we go in here? Oh!
Come on, through here. We're almost at the... Miranda, but you were...
Dead?
Oh.
What the hell are you doing?
I feel like we missed some loot.
My job. Wilson betrayed us all.
Even if you're sure, did he deserve that welcome?
He sabotaged the security systems, killed my staff, and he would have killed us.
You sure about that, Miranda? We've known Wilson for years. What if you're wrong?
I'm never wrong. I thought you'd have learnt that by now, Jacob.
You should have taken him alive, see what he knew.
Too risky. I've put too much time and effort bringing you back to life to let you get killed now.
You really think Wilson's capable of that?
Not anymore.
If you say so. What's our next step?
We get on the shuttle and go. My boss wants to speak to you.
You mean the elusive man? I know you work for Cerberus.
Ah, Jacob. I should have known your conscience would get the better of you.
Lying to the commander isn't the way to get her to join our cause.
Well, since we're getting everything out in the open, is there anything else you want to ask before we go, Commander?
Can I go and check out the loot in the other room?
Convenient that you show up as we're leaving. Where were you during the attack?
Besides trying to save your life? Wilson figured out I was helping you and he sent an army of mechs to take me out. I got here as soon as I could. Probably a little too soon if you ask Wilson.
What about the rest of the people on the station?
This is the evac area. If they're not here now, they're not coming.
We can't leave without knowing for sure. We need to go back and look.
Don't you get it? The only one worth saving is you. Everyone else is expendable.
She's right. We all knew the risks when we signed up. Without you, there's no point to any of this.
Where are we going?
Another Cerberus facility. The elusive man is waiting for you there.
I'm not sure I trust you.
This is the only shuttle off the station. You want to stay and rot with the mechs? Be my guest.
You're the Lazarus Project's director, aren't you?
That's right. I put 2 years of my life into this project. Into you.
What does Cerberus want from me?
Maybe you should ask the elusive man when you meet him. He poured virtually unlimited resources into Lazarus. Obviously, he has some kind of plan for you.
I've had enough of this station to last a lifetime.
Or two, in your case. Come on.
Oh, but I wanted to check the other rooms. Man, my 100%, I mean, I didn't 100% the other game, but almost. I guess that's not true, because I only played it through
Before
once.
you meet with the elusive man,
I almost
we need
looked
to
at
ask a few
everything.
questions to evaluate your condition.
Come on, Miranda, more tests? Shepard took down those mechs without any trouble. That has to be good enough.
It's been 2 years since the attack. The elusive man needs to know that Shepard's personality and memories are intact. Ask the questions.
This is a waste of time. I feel as good as ever.
The sooner we start, the sooner we can be done. Start with personal history.
Okay. Records show you were a colony kid. Lost your parents when slavers hit Mindwar. You enlisted and won a medal fighting Batarians during the Skillian Blitz. Do you remember that?
A lot of lives depended on me holding that position. I did what I had to.
However you want to put it, it was damn impressive. I had friends who were there. Satisfied, Miranda?
Almost. Let's try something more recent. Vermeer, where you destroyed Saren's cloning facility. You had to leave one of your squad behind to die in the blast.
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams was killed in action. It was your call. Why did you leave her behind?
I left a friend to die that day and I didn't do it casually. But I had to save as many people as I could. Ash gave her life for the rest of the team. Without her, I couldn't have stopped Saren. She died a hero.
I understand, Commander. And I wasn't judging your decision. Everybody at Cerberus knows that cloning facility had to be destroyed.
There are other tests we really should run.
Come on, Miranda. Enough with the quizzes. The memories are there, and I can vouch for Shepard's combat skills personally.
I suppose you're right. We'll have to hope the elusive man accepts our little field test as evidence enough.
Yeah. What if, like, at one moment in the game, like...
The elusive man is waiting for you in the other room.
What was I thinking? Right, what if, like, once in the game, like, takes over and makes choices for us? That would be so scary, because, like, maybe they fucked up our brain or something.
I wouldn't keep the elusive man waiting.
The elusive man is waiting for you in the other room.
In this room? Ooh. Ooh. I have a casual... Oh! Yo. I mean, this kind of looks like the normal peeps, you know, on the chip. This is kind of nice, you know, chill, but like, hello, what's this? Who are you? I kind of want to pick this one just because, you know, damn. Yeah, we'll have no helmet. I guess this I don't really care about. Oh, we can switch the material and stuff. Pretty cool. Ooh. Wait, does it come in green? Like a good green? Ooh, that's kind of nice. The red. Ooh. Maybe not. This is a kind of nice green. Ooh. I kind of like the green, but I also kind of like the original. Like maybe this. Is it too much? Ooh, we can choose the trim too. Ayo. I think that would be better off just being black, honestly. We can have patterns too. Mm, I don't like the patterns. Oh, we can switch the red. Wow, so much. Oh, like this kind of surprised me. I didn't think we would have this many options. Did we go with green to match, or maybe the white? White kind of looks cool, not gonna lie. Hmm. Hmm. The green, I think, is a little bit much. Let's go with the white. Yeah. Okay. Should we pick white trim too? Hmm. I mean, it looks kind of okay. Let's go with the white. Yeah. And then we have the dress. Nice. Okay. I guess we can't go in here.
The elusive man is waiting for you in the other room.
Okay. I guess we just wear the same armor for the whole game if that's the case. What is this? Oh, it's scanning us? Oh, that's the guy.
Commander Shepard.
Elusive man. I thought we'd be meeting face to face.
Unnecessary precaution. Not unusual for people who know what you and I know.
You might be the reason I'm still alive, but that doesn't mean I trust you.
You need to put your personal feelings aside. Humanity is up against the greatest threat of our brief existence.
The Reapers.
Good to see your memory's still intact. How are you feeling?
You need to earn the right to ask me those kinds of questions.
Cerberus isn't as evil as you believe. You and I are on the same side. We just have different methods.
Cut to the chase. What are the Reapers doing that made you decide to bring me back?
We're at war. No one wants to admit it, but humanity is under attack. While you've been sleeping, entire colonies have been disappearing. Human colonies. We believe it's someone working for the Reapers, just as Saren and the Geth aided Sovereign. You've seen it yourself. You bested all of them. That's just one reason we chose you.
But he's talking like humanity is the only ones being affected here, and I don't like that. I feel like that wouldn't be the case.
Fighting a war doesn't seem like Cerberus. Why are you involved?
We're committed to the advancement and preservation of humanity. If the Reapers are targeting us, trying to wipe us out, Cerberus will stop them. If we wait for politicians or the Alliance to act, no more human colonies will be left.
Sovereign was trying to harvest all life in the galaxy. Why would the Reapers target a few human colonies?
Hundreds of thousands of colonists have vanished. I'd say that fits the definition of harvesting. Nobody's paying attention because it's random, and the attacks occur in remote locations. I don't know why they've suddenly targeted humanity. Maybe you got their attention when you killed one of them.
If this is a threat against humanity, you need to mobilize the Alliance.
The Alliance is overwhelmed by the responsibility you gave them. They're too busy building relations to put resources into verifying the Reaper threat. Blaming the abductions on mercs and pirates is easier and more convenient.
Okay.
You could have trained an entire army for what you spent to bring me back.
You're unique. Not just in ability or what you've experienced, but in what you represent. You stood for humanity at a key moment. You're more than a soldier. You're a symbol. And I don't know if the Reapers understand fear, but you killed one. They have to respect that.
Sure, but like, I feel like it's also kind of weird. He brought us back because we represent something, yada yada. But like, if we come back, isn't that kind of weird too? Like, how do I explain it? Like, I feel like people would be like, what the fuck? How are you back? You were dead for 2 years. Why are you back now? Where did you go? And we're gonna have to say, oh, this guy brought me back to life. And it's like, yeah, well, can't you bring back everyone if that's the case? I don't know. I feel like this is weird.
If what you say is true, if the Reapers are behind this, I'd consider helping you.
I'd be disappointed if you accepted any of this without seeing for yourself. I have a shuttle ready to take you to Freedom's Progress, the latest colony to be abducted. Miranda and Jacob will brief you.
Miranda killed Wilson in cold blood. Jacob's just a gun for hire. You expect me to trust them?
Wilson was one of my best agents, but he was a traitor. Miranda did exactly what I expected of her, and she saved your life in more ways than one. Jacob's a soldier, one of the best. He's never fully trusted me, but he's always been honest about it. You'll be just fine with them. For now.
Is this a volunteer job, or am I being volunteered?
You always have a choice, Shepard. If you don't find the evidence we're both looking for, we can part ways. But first, go to Freedom's Progress. Find any clues you can. Who's abducting the colonies? Do they have any connection to the Reapers? I brought you back. It's up to you to do the rest.
Okay. I don't know, I still feel weird about this. I feel like... I don't know.
The elusive man is very impressed with you. I'm eager to see if you can live up to his expectations on this mission.
I never got a chance to say how much I appreciated what the Lazarus Project did for me.
I just hope it was worth it. A lot of people lost their lives on that station.
We have to work together here. Your attitude isn't helping anything.
I have the utmost respect for your abilities, Shepard. It's your motivations that concern me. I believe in what Cerberus stands for. Only time will tell if you prove to be an asset or a liability to our cause.
What can you tell me about this colony we're going to?
Freedom's Progress? It's a typical human settlement in the Terminus systems. They had a small military force for protection supplemented by mechs and security drones. Average in almost every way, really. Completely unremarkable. Until the disappearance.
I mean, I understand why she is not too fond of us. I'd say I'm not too fond of her either, since I don't really trust her yet. But I hope that we can find common ground. Because she seems like a boss-ass bitch.
Any thoughts on what we might run into there?
A lot of empty buildings and one giant mystery.
I'd like to know more about the Lazarus Project from the person in charge.
I wasn't in charge. The elusive man was. If I was running the show, would have done a few things differently.
What would you have changed?
To start, I would have implanted you with some type of control chip. But the elusive man wouldn't allow it. He was afraid it might affect your personality, alter your character somehow. He wouldn't let us do anything that might limit your potential in any way.
Well, that makes me glad.
Can't say I like the idea of being brought back to life with a control chip in my brain.
The elusive man is taking an incredible risk with you. I just hope his gamble pays off.
Tell me a little about yourself.
Worried about my qualifications? I can crush a mech with my biotics or shoot its head off at 100 yards. Take your pick.
Did you and Jacob serve together in the Alliance?
No, the elusive man recognized my potential and recruited me at a young age.
How old were you?
Old enough to know this is what I wanted.
I was trying to get to know you as a human being.
I'm not looking for a friend, Shepard. Stay focused on the mission.
Okay. Lame.
It's obvious you're not interested in talking.
We've got an assignment. We can talk about it or we can do it.
Okay. Let's talk to
I'm glad
Jacob.
the elusive man convinced you to join us, Commander.
I seem like he would be nicer.
I just want to find out what happened to those missing people. I still don't trust Cerberus.
Noted. Do you trust me, Commander?
I mean, bro, we met like an hour ago.
I haven't made up my mind about you yet.
At least you're giving me a chance. Most Alliance soldiers hate Cerberus on principle.
Yeah, makes sense.
Do you know anything about this colony we're going to?
It's called Freedom's Progress. Don't know much else. I guess we'll find out when we get there.
Okay.
You said you served in the Alliance.
5 years in total. Stationed all over the galaxy. Even spent a couple of years as a Corsair.
Oh.
I've never heard of the Corsairs.
It was an Alliance initiative. They hired independent starship captains and used them for missions that fell outside official Alliance jurisdiction. Technically, we weren't part of the Alliance. If we ever got caught, they could disavow any knowledge of us. We were supposed to be free from restrictions and rules, but there was still enough red tape to sink a cruiser. I finally just gave up.
So kind of like a Spectre for the Alliance. Interesting.
Why did you join Cerberus?
I guess I just got tired of never making a difference. So much of what we did in the Alliance seemed pointless. I thought things would change after the attack on the Citadel. The old council was dead, and humanity took control of the new one. But nothing changed. Politics, bureaucracy, same bullshit, different leaders. Cerberus is different. When colonies go missing, we don't commission a team to write a report to figure out what the hell to do about it. We just go and find out.
Well, he
That's all
seems
for
to
now.
have a good heart,
Yes, ma'am.
I think. Which I appreciate. Oh. It's new. Level up. Ever escaped. I don't think to read that. Okay. Receive the following bonus for having been Mass Effect. I haven't been Mass Effect 2 though. Why does it say I've been Mass Effect 2? I haven't done that. I've only been Mass Effect 1. Okay. Strange. Immune to many. Okay.
We should be there shortly, Shepard. The elusive man put us under your command. Do you have any orders?
What did you find at the other colonies?
Nothing. No signs of attack, no corpses, not even a trace of unusual genetic material to give us a clue. They just disappear, and we've got no target to go after.
Are you sure you'll be comfortable following my orders?
We didn't bring you back from the dead just to second guess you, Commander. If the elusive man says you're in charge, you're in charge.
What makes you think this investigation will turn up anything new?
At other colonies, official investigators got there first. Sometimes looters or salvage teams as well. We're hoping to be the first ones there this time. Maybe find clues before somebody else disturbs the scene.
Our first priority is to look for survivors.
That's unlikely, Commander. No one was left at the other colonies. They were completely deserted.
Be nice to find somebody. Anything's better than another ghost town.
Yeah. Exactly. We like Jacob. I feel like Miranda probably would like to see people too, but she's skeptic. I think she probably has a good heart in there somewhere, maybe. Man, our eyes are so intense. Maybe I should have changed it. But I think it's part of our shepherd charm. Perhaps. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. Let's go in here. Hello?
Looks like everyone just got up and left right in the middle of dinner.
Yeah. I loot? No. Oh, nice. I can remove.
Strange. No bodies, no structural damage, and no signs of battle.
So they got like forced to like some kind of mind control? That it? Is there anything over here? No. Never mind. Oh. Interesting. Though you can kind of get hit on where you're going. I don't think this game understands that
Sounds like fence attacks.
Oh.
Strange. Security systems were disabled at the other colonies.
One last.
Oh, over here? Oh, I'm kind of low health. What are that? Whoa! What are you? Jesus. Oh, we died. Whoops. I didn't see the other doggy. Oh, maybe we should actually use our other point. Let's get let's see here. Makes you tougher, stronger, faster, and more charismatic. Hell yeah. We love charisma. I'm gonna get all the charisma. Thank you. And Jacob. What does this do? Combat skills, weapon damage, and health. Levitate enemies, render them helpless while they drift towards you. That's kind of nice. I think I'm gonna get these two. And we can't get anything more. Miranda. And overload. I'll give you some overload. And maybe more Cerberus officer? Sure. Have a look at your. Do you have any assignments? No. Just main missions for now.
Excuse me.
Hear that? Sounds like Fenris mix.
Strange. Security systems were disabled at the other colonies.
Need to reload.
Backup systems engaged.
No shields! Shoot them before they take out your shields.
On charge!
Forces have engaged.
Those mechs shouldn't have been hostile. They should have recognized us as human.
Someone reprogrammed them to attack on sight. We're not alone here.
Okay. Strange. There are no bodies here, so why would they attack humans? Oh, loot! Finally! This. Oh, what? I don't understand. Highlight individual nodes, find matching symbols. When you've found 2 matching symbols, select them and complete the circuit. Complete all circuits before you run out of time to bypass security. Okay. And then this with this. Okay. So it's a new kind of bypass. Kinda cool.
We've been spotted.
Where? Oh. Okay. Salvage. Nothing else here? No. Yes, we reload.
Field is clear.
Oh.
Stop right there.
Praza, you said you'd let me handle this. Wait. Shepard?
I'm not taking any chances with Cerberus operatives.
Put those weapons down! Shepard?
Oh my god, Tali!
You're alive?
Cerberus rebuilt me, Tali. In return, they asked me to investigate these attacks on human colonies.
You'll pardon us for not taking you at your word, Cerberus.
We're well within our rights to investigate attacks on a human colony. I'd like to know what the Quarians are doing here.
Weapons down, Praza. Whatever's going on here, I don't think we need another fight. One of our people was here on pilgrimage. His name was Vitor. We came to find him.
Isn't that a little strange? A Quarian visiting a remote human colony?
Quarians can choose where they go on pilgrimage. Vitor liked the idea of helping a small settlement. He was always nervous in crowds.
Oh.
She means that he was unstable. Combine that with damage to his CO2 scrubbers and an infection from an open-air exposure, and he's likely delirious.
When he saw us landing, he hid in a warehouse on the far side of town. We suspect he also programmed the mechs to attack anything that moved.
Vitor's the only one who can tell us what happened here. We should work together to find him.
Good idea. You'll need 2 teams to get past the drones anyway.
Now we're working with Cerberus?
No, Praza, you're working for me. If you can't follow orders, go wait on the ship. Head for the warehouse through the center of the colony. We'll circle around the far side and draw off some of the drones to clear you a path.
Your people really don't like Cerberus. What did I miss?
They killed our people, infiltrated our flotilla, and tried to blow up one of our ships.
That's not how I'd have explained it exactly. It was nothing personal.
We can argue over who killed who later. Right now, we've got a job to do.
Agreed. We work together to get to Vitor.
Make sure to keep in radio contact.
Will do. Good luck, Shepard.
Okay.
See you on the far side.
I'm very curious about why they don't like Cerberus, because I don't trust Cerberus, so... Oh, can I... No? Okay. When they like light up like that, I'm like, oh, can I interact? No.
Be careful, Shepard. There's a squad of security drones up ahead.
Thanks for the warning. We'll take care of them.
Okay.
On our right!
Let's bypass this. Whoops. Let's see here. This was here, right? No. Oh. Whoops. What? I can't do it again? That sucks. Okay. Now I know I need to be more careful with those.
Use overload on them.
Oh. Overload. Ouch. That hurts.
You're done.
Oh, she can't use overload again. Take my shield.
Enemy down. Yes. One left. Nice.
Ouch. Is that all of them?
Shepard, Praza and his squad rushed on ahead. I told them to wait, but they wouldn't listen.
We should have expected this.
Come on, we can still catch them.
Alright, let's go then. I mean, they probably have all right to not trust us, so I'm not gonna blame them. Ouch.
One last. Perfect.
You're done! You're done! You're done!
You're done.
Vitor reprogrammed the heavy mech. It's tearing Plaza's squad apart.
They did want to get to Vitor first.
Get your squad into cover and I'll open the loading bay doors.
We'll take cover by the doors. Shepard, you take point.
Let's see here. That was kind of funny.
Taking cover.
Moving!
Take point, Shepard. We'll cover the door.
It's not where I'm supposed to be.
We'll take cover by the doors. Shepard, you take point.
Okay. Up here? What am I supposed to do? I don't get it. Oh, is it because she's not standing?
Take point, Shepard. We'll cover the door.
Okay, there we go. He wasn't on the circle. Sorry. No.
That mech's got heavy armor plating. Those Quarians never stood a chance.
This is gonna be one tough son of a bitch to take down. Overload will take out their shields.
Oops. Thank you for the tips.
I got it.
Threat assessment requested.
Can he pull? Yes, armor.
Have a nice trip.
There we
Clear the
go.
blast zone.
That wasn't that difficult. That all of them?
Field is clear.
This is valuable.
Heavy weapon amp. Have a look here. Try this again. And this. Right. Now let's check the other room too. Oh, it's Tali. Hold up. I'm gonna get the medkit.
This is your chance to go find Vitor while I tend to the wounded, Shepard. He's probably somewhere in the back of the loading bay.
Alright. You don't want to be there when I talk to him? Fair enough.
Monsters coming back. Mechs will protect. Safe from swarms. Have to hide. No monsters. No swarms. No, 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 no.
Vitor?
No, Vitor. Not here. Swarms can't find. Monsters coming. Have to hide.
Nobody's gonna hurt you anymore.
I don't think he can hear you, Commander.
Have to hide. Have to hide. Mechs will protect. Swarms coming. Storm coming. Storm of swarms. No escape. No hope. Can't hide forever. Monsters will find you. Swarms will find you. You're human. Where did you hide? How come
time they didn't find you.
Who didn't find us?
The monsters. The swarms. They took everyone.
Why didn't the colonists fight back, Vitor? What happened?
You don't know. You didn't see. But I see everything.
Tell us what happened.
Looks like security footage. He must have pieced it together manually.
What the hell is that?
My god. I think it's a collector.
Is that some kind of alien?
They're a species from somewhere beyond the Omega-4 relay. Only a few people have ever seen one in person.
They usually work through intermediaries, like slavers or hired mercenaries. If they're involved with the Reapers somehow, it could explain what happened to the colonies.
The Collectors have advanced technology. They could have a weapon that disables an entire settlement at once.
Okay.
The Seeker swarms. No one can hide. The Seekers find you, freeze you, then the monsters take you away.
Why didn't the collectors take you?
Swarms didn't find me. Monsters didn't know I was here.
The Collectors aren't known for being careless. Maybe his enviro suit kept him from showing up on their sensors.
Or they were using technology specifically designed to detect humans. Only human colonies have been hit.
That could be true.
Tell me more about these swarms.
It's how they find you. Seeker clouds, machines like tiny insects. They go everywhere. They find you, then they sting you, freeze you.
Sounds like miniature probes, maybe. Find victims, then immobilize them with a stasis field or nerve toxin.
I want to know more about the collectors.
Nobody knows much. They're so rare a lot of people don't even believe they exist.
More importantly, why are they abducting human colonists? What are they after?
Maybe the elusive man can figure it out.
What happened next?
That's very
The monsters
strange.
took the people onto the ship, and then they left. The ship flew away. But they'll be back for me. No one escapes.
I think that's probably all we're getting out of him, Commander.
We appreciate what you told us. You were very helpful.
I studied them. The monsters. The swarms. I recorded them with my Omni tool. Lots of readings. Electromagnetic. Dark energy.
We need to get this data to the elusive man. Grab the Quarian and call the shuttle to come pick us up.
What? Vitor is injured. He needs treatment, not an interrogation.
We won't hurt him. We just need to see if he knows anything else. He'll be returned unharmed.
Your people tried to betray us once already. If we give him to you, we'll never get the intel we need.
Praza was an idiot, and he and his men paid for it. You're welcome to take Vitor's Omnitool data, but please, just let me take him.
Oh. We could ask Tali to join us. But I don't think she trusts the Cerberus. Because, well, we don't trust them either.
You don't have to take Vitor and go. We could work together, just like old times.
I'm still trying to accept that you're even alive, and you're with Cerberus. I've got responsibilities now. I've got a mission of my own. I can't walk away from that. Not even for you.
Well, if she can't come with us, then she goes with Tali.
He's traumatized and he needs medical care. Tali will give us the Omnitool data and take him to the flotilla.
Understood, Commander.
Thank you, Shepard. I'm glad you're still the one giving the orders. Good luck out there. If I find anything that can help you, I'll let you know.
We're ready for pickup.
Very strange. We don't know if they're working for the Reapers or not.
Shepard, good work on Freedom's progress. The Quarians forwarded their findings from Vitor's debriefing. No new data, but it's a surprising olive branch given our history. You and I have different methods, but I can't argue with your results.
You ever think about playing nice once in a while?
Diplomacy is great when it works, but difficult when everyone already perceives you as a threat. But more importantly, you confirm the Collectors are behind the abductions.
Why do I get the feeling you knew about them already?
I had my suspicions, but I needed proof. The collectors are enigmatic at best. They periodically travel to the terminus systems, looking to gather seemingly unimportant items or specimens, usually in exchange for their technology. When their transactions are complete, they disappear as quickly as they arrived, back beyond the unmapped Omega-4 relay. Until now, we've had no evidence of direct aggression by the collectors.
Oh.
Why is the Omega-4 relay unmapped? What do we know about it?
Only that no ship passing through it has ever returned. Our best guess is that the relay reacts differently to collector vessels, allowing them safe passage. If they can manipulate relays, that's just further evidence of the connection with the Reapers.
Okay. I mean, we don't have evidence for that quite yet.
Any ideas on why they've shifted their focus to humans?
If they're agents for the Reapers, it could be any number of reasons. Obviously, humanity played a huge role in Sovereign's destruction.
Yes.
That might have been enough to draw their attention. What really concerns me is why they bother abducting the colonists. Once the humans are paralyzed, why not just kill them?
I mean, if they're paralyzing them, it's kind of obvious they're kidnapping them. Like, they could have just killed them on the spot. But, yeah, it doesn't really make sense. I guess they're making a human army? Or are they doing experiments on humans? I don't know.
What are the collectors getting from these deals?
The collectors aren't very forthcoming about their motives. Generally, they seek out species with rare genetic mutations or abnormalities. They pay slavers and merc groups exorbitant sums to obtain these specimens, and then they leave. But they've never targeted a single species before, and the previous sample sizes were in the dozens, not the tens of thousands.
You're holding something back. How do you know the Reapers are involved?
The patterns are there, buried in the data. The Council and the Alliance want to believe the Reaper threat died with Sovereign. You and I know better.
Yeah, we know there's
I
more.
won't wait until the Reapers are on the march. We need to take the fight to them.
If this is a war, I'll need an army, or a really good team.
I've already compiled a list of soldiers, scientists, and mercenaries. You'll get dossiers on the best of them. Finding them and convincing them to work with you could be challenging, but you're a natural leader. I'll continue to track the collectors. When they make their next appearance, I'll notify you and your team. Be ready.
Keep your list. I want people I trust. The ones who helped me stop Saren and the Geth.
That was 2 years ago, Commander. Most of them have moved on, or their allegiances have changed.
Okay.
Where's Caden Alenko?
He's still with the Alliance. Promoted, I believe. His file is surprisingly well classified.
Huh. Okay. Why would it be? Has he become a Spectre too?
Where's Garrus Vicarian?
The Turian disappeared a few months after you were declared dead. Even we haven't been able to locate him.
Where's Erdnot Rex?
He returned to Chichanka, and he hasn't gone off-world in over a year. He's trying to unite the Krogan clans.
That makes sense. We met Tali.
What about Tali? She already helped us on Freedom's Progress.
That was unexpected. I need more intel before I'll commit to that.
Where's Liara Tisoni?
She's on Ilium. My sources say that she's working for the Shadow Broker.
Oh.
If so, she can't be trusted.
Yeah, but why would she work for the Shadow Broker?
Okay, I get it. They're not available.
You're a leader, Shepard. You'll get who you need.
I'm still a Spectre. Maybe I can get the Council to help us out.
If you think you can convince them, by all means. Just remember, you've been gone a long time. Things have changed.
Okay.
You worry about the collectors. I'll make sure my team's ready.
Good. Two things before you go. First, head to Omega and find Morden Solus. He's a brilliant Solarian scientist. Our intelligence suggests he may know how to counteract the Collector's paralyzing Seeker swarms.
Sounds good. And what else?
I found a pilot I think you might like. I hear he's one of the best. Someone you can trust.
Joker!
Hey, Commander.
Recognize.
Just like old times, huh?
I can't believe it's you, Joker.
Look who's talking. I saw you get spaced.
Got lucky, with a lot of strings attached. How'd you get here?
It all fell apart without you, Commander. Everything you stirred up, the Council just wanted it gone. The team was broken up, record sealed, and I was grounded. The Alliance took away the one thing that mattered to me. Hell yeah, I joined Cerberus.
You really trust the elusive man?
Well, I don't trust anyone who makes more than I do. But they aren't all bad. Saved your life, let me fly, and there's this. They only told me last night.
Oh, they made the new Normandy? Or is it like the better Normandy? New ship? New ship? Who this? It's R2. It kind of looks like the Normandy.
It's good to be home, huh, Commander?
I guess we'll have to give her a name.
Normandy 2. Hell yeah. It's R2 Normandy. That's how we like it. Let's go. New adventures await. Although I do kind of want to meet the others. See what they're up to. Maybe they'll join our cause. Level up? We must recruit the head scientist to build this upgrade. Okay. Some credits. Some iridium. Cool. Oh, look at us with our new dress. It kind of feels weird seeing her in her casual dress. We always just wore like our armor.
Welcome aboard the new Normandy, Commander.
I've been looking over the dossiers. I'd strongly recommend starting by acquiring Morden Solus, the Solarian professor on Omega. We know the Collectors use some type of advanced technology to immobilize their victims. We'll need him to develop a countermeasure to protect us.
And without that countermeasure, we'll be helpless if we ever run into the Collectors.
Acquiring Professor Solus seems like the most logical place to start.
Who are you?
I am the Normandy's artificial intelligence. The crew like to refer to me as Edie.
Edie?
Helmsmen aren't happy when someone takes control of a ship away from them. Especially Joker.
I do not helm the ship. Mr. Moreau's talents will not go to waste. During combat, I operate the electronic warfare and cyber warfare suites. Beyond that, I cannot interface with the ship's systems. I observe and offer analysis and advice. Nothing more.
I'm guessing it takes more than just the three of us plus Joker to fly this ship?
The Normandy has a full crew. They're at their stations awaiting your orders.
Final preparations for takeoff are complete, Commander. When you're ready to go, just pick a destination from the galaxy map and the CIC and I'll plot a course.
Jacob and I should return to our posts. Come find us if you have any questions.
Oh, I have questions. I'm always going to have questions. Yes, yes. Know how to you. galaxy. So thank you for the intel. Private terminal. Private terminal to get status updates on what? Like the weapons. Okay. Elevator. Your person got to customize appearance. Hire the professor to research upgrades for your squad equipment. So some new stuff on the ship.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
Okay. So I can... Oh, we can switch her outfits and stuff? Cool. Okay. Oh, we have a bunch of messages. Okay. On the off chance that the rumors are true and you actually are alive, I need you to come and talk to me on the Citadel. A lot has changed in the last 2 years. You put us on top, and it's only fair that you'll be allowed to speak for yourself about what we've been hearing. From Elusive Man Shepherd, we've reached an agreement with veteran mercenary Dade Massini. You may know the name. Dade has been involved in some of the best known and some utterly unknown military operations in the Terminus systems, and is feared as a ruthless and relentless bounty hunter. I felt you might need a man with his skills on your mission, so I arranged to have him join you. You'll find him on Omega, where he's wrapping up his current bounty. Don't worry about his fee, I've taken care of that person. From Project Firewalker, Commander, the MSV Rosalie, a survey ship with Cerberus connections, has gone missing. The survey team was field testing a new prototype, the Hammerhead planet-sized exploration rover. In addition, scientist Dr. Manuel Case and Dr. Robert O'Loy are aboard the MSV Rosalie and conducting research for us. We need you to find the ship, her survey team, and the doctors. The MSV Rosalie was last seen near planet Theona, Elistra Ismar Frontier. Admiral Hackett, Commander Shepard, our scans in the Amada system have turned up something we thought you should see. The final location of the wreckage of the SSV Normandy. We thought this news might be important to you, but we also have an ulterior motive. Alliance would like to honor the Normandy with a monument to be built on the site of the ship's final resting place. We'd like to invite you to place the monument and be the first to walk on the site. There's still 20 crew members unaccounted for from the attack on the Normandy. If you find any signs of these lost crewmen, we ask that you report to the Alliance so that those heroes' families might find some closure. Godspeed to you, Commander. From Elusive Man Shepard, it occurred to our armor technicians that you may not want to show your face everywhere you go. They sent by a hood that Cerberus issues to its covert operatives. It's an additional microframe. It has additional microframe functions that you may like. The hood is in your quarters. Shepard, one of our cells just went off the grid without explanations. Project Overload has been experimented with highly volatile technology, and I need you to investigate. Their work is extremely compartmentalized enough that I can't divulge operational details over this channel. You'll find them on the planet Typhoon system in the Phoenix massing cluster. Please use care in this matter. From Elusive Man Shepard, we recently had an incident involving the Geth at one of our outposts in the Skylian Verge. Don't worry, I'm not sending you off to chase anything down. Our operatives waged a highly successful battle against the Geth scouting party and credited their success to a new advanced electrical attack device that we finally let them take out of the lab. Since their unit is being released for some rest and relaxation, I thought you should take custody of the weapon in the meantime. The weapon is called an arc projector. I sent it to the Normandy's armory so you can examine it for yourself and use it if you deem it worthy. It's gone through plenty of tests that indicate it overloads kinetic barriers and synthetic enemies particularly well, but laboratory demonstrations are a poor substitute for actual field reports. We know it works. Now we want to see what it can do in the right hands. If all goes well, we'll use your tactics to train other operatives. From Elusive Man, Shepard. At great cost and effort, we have tracked down the master thief Kasumi Goto and convinced her to work with you. Very few people have ever heard of her, and fewer can claim to have seen her in person. She is unequaled at stealth and infiltration, and her skills will prove invaluable in your mission. Travel to the Takeda ward on the Citadel. There you will find a special ad terminal that differs from the usual. Input the password "Silence is Golden" to begin the rendezvous. From Stanwick Dobbs, banking agent. Ascension Finances Services Earth. Hello, Commander Shepard. Thank you for submitting your updated medical documentation. Your state has been changed from deceased to alive after deducting modest administration fees for closing your file. The subsequent change in status and the reactivation of your account, you have a remaining balance of 100,000 credits. Thank you for banking with Ascensional Finances Services. We look forward to working with you. Are you protecting your greatest assets? We'll find the best life insurance rates and coverage to fit your needs. Reply for a free quote today. Okay, cool. No new messages. And here we can read the archived ones. Okay, so we have a lot of things. Who are you?
I'm Yeoman Kelly Chambers. I've been assigned as your administrative assistant. I'll manage your messages and help you monitor the crew. And I must say, it's such an honor to work under you, Commander Shepard.
I'm glad to have you on the team, Ms. Chambers.
Please, call me Kelly.
Okay, Kelly.
Anything else?
Is there anything I should know?
Joker would like to speak to you on the bridge. Anything else, Commander?
Do you have a moment to talk?
I always have time for you, Commander.
What are your responsibilities?
I'll keep you notified of any messages or appointments you might have. If any of the crew has important business to discuss, I'll make sure you know.
Isn't that the type of task better suited for a VI?
Yes, but being your yeoman is just my official role. Unofficially, I observe the crew. Everyone knows how risky our mission is. Many of us may not be coming back. That's a lot of pressure. I have a degree in psychology. I'm good at sensing when people are overly taxed.
You make sure the crew's mental health is sound.
Yes. I look for warning signs. I listen. It's not a full-time job, and it's most effective when done informally.
Oh, that's nice.
We're lucky to have someone with your skills, Kelly.
Thank you, Shepard. What else would you like to know?
What do you think of Cerberus?
This organization has a dark reputation. Do you have any concerns working for them?
Not at all. Our methods can be harsh, but Cerberus has noble objectives. We look out for human interests. Advance human technology, save human lives. They're good goals.
It sounds like Cerberus wants to dominate all aliens and put humankind on top.
Cerberus looks out for humanity, but that doesn't mean we hate aliens. My sister started a dog shelter, but she loved cats too. I love humanity. I also love Asari, Quarian, Turian, Solarian, Hanar. That isn't in conflict with Cerberus ideals.
That's a very positive attitude.
What can I say? I'm a people person. Anything else
That's
you'd like
nice.
to talk about?
How do you feel about being assigned to the Normandy?
I was handpicked by the Elusive Man to help fight the greatest threat known to humanity. How do I feel? Honored, exhilarated, terrified. But mostly I feel encouraged. Under your leadership, we can't fail.
Don't worry. We'll defeat the Collectors.
I trust you implicitly. The moment I met you, I knew I could close my eyes, fall back, and you'd be there.
Your trust is well placed, Kelly.
I knew it would be. Thank you, Shepard. Anything else you'd like to talk about?
I better go.
Okay. Maybe we'll talk
He seems
later.
nice. Let's see, can we talk to anyone else? I would guess we can't. But Joker wants to talk. I also want to check up on the other crew. What are we looking at? Why is she like looking down? I don't know. A little bit strange. Hey Joker. Oh my god, we have so many pop-ups.
Can you believe this, Commander? It's my baby! Better than new. It fits me like a glove! And leather seats! Military may set the hardware standard, but on a first-gen frigate they could care less if the seats breathe. Civilian sector comfort by design.
The reproduction is not intended to be perfect, Mr. Moreau. Seamless improvements were made.
And there's the downside. I liked the Normandy when she was beautiful and quiet. Now she's got this thing I don't want to talk about. It's like ship cancer.
Enjoy it, Joker. If we're stuck here, we might as well let them pamper us.
Does it breach uniform regs if I get that on a cruise shirt? Because this is my favorite you have no choice ever.
Technically, this is a civilian ship. I'm probably lucky you're still wearing pants.
Yeah, I'll save that for the off-hour cameras. Have an AI watch me 24/7. Sure. Commander.
I assume everything's going well up here?
I really want a chance to put the Normandy through her paces. I just have to trim up the drive output and it'll be like we never lost her.
Safety standards advise against manipulating drive settings while engines are powered and in use, Mr. Moreau.
Commander, can we shut this thing off? I don't need it in my day-to-day.
If you don't want to hear it, turn the damn sound off.
Well, it doesn't change anything. It's still watching. Like some creepy kid staring at the back of your head in comp side. You just want to punch him, but he's special and he sets fires or something. Okay, a little too far there, but you know what I mean.
Your problem, not mine.
Thanks. I'll remember this.
Sorry.
So, how do you think we're doing?
Well, the Normandy's not as ready as she could be. There's always more we could upgrade. And as for the crew, you'd have to ask a people person.
Okay.
What do you think about the people we're picking up?
Well, about the ones you went out with last, I would never say anything against Miranda and expect to survive the reprisal. Jacob is way too nice a guy for the number of ways he knows how to kill people. It's just my opinion, though. There's really no need to go spreading it around.
Okay.
Ever think about the old Normandy and the trouble we got up to?
Yeah, those seem like the good old days now, but come on, it was hell at the time. Geth, Saren, Sovereign, and then we got dumped. We're stuck in a weird place, sure, but back then it wasn't all sunshine and bunnies.
No. That's true.
What happened to the rest of the old crew? I heard most survived.
Almost did. Presley didn't. The rest of us just sort of drifted apart. The Alliance didn't care. I don't think they liked all the non-humans in your crew. We were your team, Commander. With the Normandy destroyed and you gone, there wasn't much keeping us together.
I assume everything's going well up here?
Good for now. Fractured my thumb on the mute, but I think I made my point.
That's it for now.
See you, Commander.
Yes, Shepard.
I want to know more about you.
Do you have a specific inquiry?
What do you do aboard the ship?
Let's just
I
ask
operate
more
the ship's
questions.
electronic and cyber warfare suites in combat. My reaction time is much faster than any organic. I collate the records of shipboard monitoring devices for the Elusive Man. I serve additional functions which are restricted at this time.
Restricted functions? Like what?
I do not know. Some of my databases are sealed, some of my hardware is kept offline. I assume that when certain unknown conditions are met, those functions will be released to me.
Cyber warfare means things like viruses, right?
In close-range ship-to-ship combat, I can sometimes break through the firewalls of an enemy's internal wireless network. Once I seize control of their systems, I can turn off gravity or air. I can disable weapons guidance or shields, or I can put their fusion plant in meltdown. On the defense, I manage Normandy's own suite of jammers, decoys, and internal firewalls.
Sounds incredibly useful. Why isn't there someone like that on every warship?
An organic operator cannot react quickly enough to changing circumstances, or perform the necessary multitasking. This is a role that can only be filled by an artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, we are suspect.
Well, it might have something to do with how an AI almost destroyed galactic civilization, just putting it out there.
The elusive man has monitoring devices on board?
He has invested most of Cerberus's resources into the design and construction of this ship. He has an interest in monitoring our progress.
Okay, like that.
Let's discuss something else.
Ready.
I want to know more about the people I'm working with.
Much of that data is classified. Do you have a specific inquiry?
How did Cerberus replicate the most advanced warship in the Alliance Navy without anyone knowing?
I have a block that prevents me from answering that question.
What do you mean?
Although I am less controlled than other AI, I am still subject to behavioral blocks and the physical isolation of my hardware. In this case, I am prevented from truthfully answering your question by Cerberus's levels of secret classification.
Okay.
What sort of resources does Cerberus have? Money, personnel, facilities?
I have a block that prevents me from answering that
God,
question.
she can't answer us anything?
How is Cerberus organized? Aside from the elusive man, I don't see much chain of command.
Cerberus is organized into task-oriented cells. Each operates in isolation. Members from one cell cannot recognize the members of another. Each cell's agents are led by a single operator. We are called the Lazarus Cell, which is directed by Operator Lawson.
So how many operations is Cerberus running right now?
I have a block that prevents me from answering that question.
I assume this much.
Let's discuss something else.
Ready.
What's this area of the ship?
This is the bridge, where the navigator plots our FTL vectors, and the helmsman maneuvers the ship.
Yeah, sitting right here, thanks.
I want to know more about you.
Do you have a specific inquiry?
Why are you named Edie?
EDI is the phonetic pronunciation of EDI. That is an acronym for Enhanced Defense Intelligence.
Okay.
Where are you?
My core intelligence is housed in a quantum blue box located behind the medical bay.
Car.
How are you getting along with Joker?
Mr. Moreau does not trust me. It offends him that I am installed aboard his ship's computers.
Yeah, the last Normandy did just fine without an AI reminding me the airlock is ajar.
Okay.
Let's discuss something else.
Ready.
That's all for now.
Logging you out, Shepard.
Commander.
I assume everything's going well up here?
Good for now. Fractured my thumb on the mute, but I think I
He
made
doesn't
my
have
point.
anything else to
That's
say.
it for now.
See you, Commander.
Thank you, Joker. Good to see you again. Go. Let's talk to the other crew members. If we can. Labs?
A scientist is required to use the technical laboratory.
Hide. Weapons locker. Oh, hello.
What's this area of the ship?
This is the armory, where small arms are maintained and upgraded. Using Omni-Tool, computer-aided design, and manufacturing, we have the capability to manufacture several new models.
Oh, Jacob is here. Ooh, is that like the core? Cool. It looks different from the old ship.
What's this area of the ship?
This is the armory, where small arms are maintained and upgraded.
I
Using
think we
Omni
have.
tool, computer-aided design, and manufacturing, we have the capability to manufacture several new models.
I don't know about this stuff yet. Should we talk to Jacob first? Yeah, let's talk to Jacob.
Commander, there hasn't been time to really settle in and take stock. I want to say that working with you is a great opportunity to do something that matters. It's a privilege to serve on the Normandy, Commander.
You may change your tune if we end up like the original Normandy.
Maybe. As long as the elusive man walks his talk, and you do the same, I'll do my best to make sure we succeed. That's been the condition for my service so far. I have issues with certain actions Cerberus has taken in the past.
What has Cerberus done to make you nervous?
A lot. They've been called terrorists, and with good reason. Doubt you can find a more checkered past. But if the Collector threat is real, and we do something about it, Cerberus will be remembered differently. Or we'll all be tried and executed. Can't count on people thinking about it as hard as I have.
I look forward to working with you, Mr. Taylor.
Likewise, Commander. Let me know if you need anything.
Alright. So I think that was everything.
Commander, can I help you with something?
No, we can still talk.
How are we doing, Jacob? What's your sense of the mission?
Probably the same as everyone else. I just want to figure out what the real threat actually is. Got no problem with risk. I just need a clear goal. Anything else, Commander?
What do you think of the state of the crew?
Well, we don't have a full complement. We don't stand a chance without the right specialists on side. Anything else, Commander?
I understand you made quite an impact after you left the Alliance.
Miranda and I stopped a Batarian plan to release a biological agent on the Citadel. That's when I first met her. It took us out to the Nemean Abyss and back. Saved the Citadel like you, but what's the saying? A good deed's like pissing yourself in dark pants? Warm feeling, but no one notices. The whole thing was hushed, like they're good at doing. But I know what I did, and I'm proud of it.
Alright.
What do you think of the state of the crew?
We don't have a full complement. We don't stand a chance without the right specialists on side. Anything else, Commander?
Right.
I'm more interested in just talking for a bit.
Already? I'm not big on forcing these talks, Shepard. Let's do this later.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
Commander.
Thanks for the talk. Oh. Hello.
What's this area of the ship?
This is the FTL communications room. In addition to interfacing with the FTL comm network, Normandy is fitted with a quantum entanglement communicator linked to the elusive man's office. This allows lag-free communication even when you operate off the comm grid.
Why aren't these used everywhere?
Each quantum pair costs nearly as much as a comm relay, and can pass only one quantum bit of data at a time. In addition to the cost and bandwidth issues, the system is strictly point-to-point. To contact 100 different worlds, we would need to manufacture and install 100 entangled pairs, one linked to each world.
I've never heard of a quantum entanglement communicator. How does it work?
Essentially, two subatomic particles are created in an entangled state. One is installed here, and the other in the elusive man's office. When one particle occupies a given quantum state, its entangled partner will always enter the opposite state, no matter the distance between them. If we alter the state of our particle, that alters the state of the elusive man's. This allows us to send data in the form of quantum bits.
That's okay.
That's all for now.
That's kind of cool.
You out, Shepard.
Sounds complicated. We can't go into the tech labs. So let's take the elevator to the other parts of the ship.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Another one? No. Have any new one that I can see? This
What's this area of the ship?
This is the Combat Information Center. Here, the crew receives sensor data and coordinates gunnery and damage control efforts. While Normandy is flown from the bridge, during combat, the commanding officer issues orders from the CIC.
Alright. Oh, there's a bunch of decks we can go to. Let's check out our captain's quarter. I don't think there's going to be anyone here.
What's this area of the ship?
This is the commanding officer's quarters.
It's larger than the quarters of other warships I've served on.
This is a Cerberus vessel, not an Alliance warship. Accommodations have been made for personal taste. That said, this space is directly under the exterior pressure hull. The fitting yard workers called it the loft.
Look, we have a picture of Kaden here. That's kind of cute. Oh, and here are our achievements. Cool. This is just like our other private thing. Ooh. There's a bunch of music. I don't know what we should listen to. Oh, this one I remember. I mean, I remembered some of the previous ones too. Isn't this like on the Citadel? This is a little bit intense. Oh. Huh, interesting. Okay. We've already done this. In that case, let's go to another part of the deck, the crew's quarters, perhaps? Here we go. Okay, so men's restroom? I can just go in here.
Shepard, the women's restroom is on the starboard side of the ship.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Can we just go in there whenever we want? That's kind of funny. Alright. Good to know.
Oh, she's a cutie. How old?
She'll be a year old next month.
Oh, you'll miss her first birthday.
Wow. My family lives in New Canton.
Oh, that colony's on the edge of the frontier. Could be vulnerable to collector attack, couldn't it?
Exactly. It's most important that she have a first birthday. That's why I'm here.
Oh. Well, I hope we save your daughter. Let's go this way. Anyone here? There's some crew here. We can't talk to these people, but...
Chef surprise again? Come on, Rupert.
I'm sorry, Princess. Filet mignon and caviar coming right up. Let me just get out my doilies.
That'd be real nice, Mr. Gardner.
Okay, let's talk to this guy.
Commander Shepard, the hero of the Citadel. You did humanity proud that day. As Sergeant Rupert Gardner here. How can I be of service?
Do you have everything you need?
I make do. But have you ever tried to prepare a decent meal with military provisions? I'm good, but I'm no miracle worker. Taking down the collectors is going to be rough business. The crew deserves a few fine meals before they throw themselves into the fire.
What do you need?
If I had some quality ingredients... Oh, shit. You've got more to worry about than grocery shopping on the Citadel.
No, I can do that.
Forget I mentioned it.
Give me the list.
If I head that way, I'll keep an eye out.
Much appreciated. Most of this list is probably standard fare for those namby-pambies on the Citadel. Anything else you'd like to talk about?
What do you do here on the Normandy?
What don't I do? Most think of me as the ship's cook, but I'm also the facilities technician and custodian. HVAC, plumbing, non-mission critical electrical. I make sure they're all clean and running.
So the man cleaning the toilets is also preparing the meals?
I wash my hands.
Most of the time.
This ain't no luxury liner. You have to pull your own weight in a Cerberus vessel, and I catch what falls through the cracks. Through the cracks.
Okay.
How do you feel about working for Cerberus?
Damn proud. Cerberus gets the job done. The Alliance and Council have got their heads buried so deep up their butt puckers they can't see squat. It'll take good old human ingenuity to crush these collector vermin. Only Cerberus knows that.
How did you find your way into Cerberus?
Can you believe I was once a family man, working the EZO rigs along the frontier? I was happy enough, but losing everything to Batarian raiders can change your outlook. I needed to make a difference. I'm no soldier, but I've got skills, and Cerberus keeps an eye out for talent. I'll do whatever it takes to help, be that plumbing a sewer, routing an air duct, or keeping everyone's bellies full.
Alright. Well,
I won't take any more of your time.
Back to work.
And here are the sleeper pods. Main battery.
A gunnery officer is required to access the gunnery control station.
You'll need a bunch of crew members, huh? Do we have someone in the medical lab? Hello.
Commander Shepard. I watched the Normandy crumble with you on board. It's good to see you alive.
I'm shocked. You're serving on a Cerberus vessel now?
Surprising, even to me. Yet, here I am. The kind of trauma you endured would have changed most people. But not you, I see. Welcome back, Shepard.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have everything you need?
I believe so. This medical bay seems very much like the sick bay on the original Normandy. Only thing missing are my private reserves. I even had a bottle of Ceres Ice brandy that I was saving for a special occasion.
You can get her another.
I'll keep an eye out
Good
for a
day to you
replacement bottle.
too.
Oh, you needn't. It's expensive, and we have much larger concerns ahead.
Right. It's good to see familiar faces. Oh my god. I'm good. Thank you for asking. How are you? Right now, we're we just like got the Normandy 2.0, so to speak. So we're still in the beginning of the game, kind of. Let's see here. Let's ask her about Alliance.
You've been with the Alliance for years. Why leave now?
After the Normandy was lost, the surviving crew was reassigned. I was stationed at the Mars Naval Medical Center, a very respectable
Yeah, I'm enjoying
position,
myself.
but it wasn't on a starship.
What choices have I made? So in the first game, because this is Mass Effect 2, in the first game I saved Kaidan and I romanced Kaidan, so that's kind of why. I let the council die, and I put Anderson on the council, and I was very much like on the Paragon side, I guess. And so far we haven't really made any major choices, I don't think. So I'm just trying to piece things together and find out what's happening. I think those are the major things. I guess also Rex didn't die. I think that was one of the things it told me. I didn't realize he could. Maybe if you're aggressive with him, he would have been like, fighting you or something. But yeah, that's pretty much the choices I made, I think. Let's see here. We already... Let's ask her, you need to fly?
Colonial military life isn't for you?
I've spent most of my life on warships, never knowing what the next mission might bring. I'm used to the hum of engines, the creaking of bulkheads, that subtle vertigo when the momentum dampeners kick in. Life planetside is just too static, too boring.
Okay. Let's ask her about joining Cerberus.
You're not the Cerberus type, Doctor.
I don't work for Cerberus. I work for you. On a mission that may be crucial to the survival of the human race. I have faith that your dealings with Cerberus will be ethical. I trust you, Commander.
I trust you too.
There's a very good chance this mission will be a one-way trip. Are you prepared for that?
I've been through the reclaiming of Shanxi, the Skillian Blitz. We survived the Battle of the Citadel and the destruction of the Normandy together. I've lived a full life. No regrets. I'd like to make sure the crew gets the same opportunity.
Alright.
I'll see you later, Doctor.
Commander.
As I said, it's so nice when we see familiar faces. There's a lot of new people.
Access to the AI core is restricted.
Okay. There's a lot of new people that we don't know. And we're going to meet even more people we don't know soon. Let's check on Miranda, I suppose. Okay. Let's talk to Miranda.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Let's just ask her about the Normandy
Anything I should know regarding the Normandy?
The crew's working well, and the ship appears to be performing to specifications.
Alright. I don't really trust Miranda yet. She seems like a boss-ass bitch, not going to lie, but also she seems kind of cold. And I don't agree with everything she has said so far.
What exactly are your duties aside from keeping an eye on me?
I'm the Elusive Man's agent. You're his most important asset. My job is to make sure you succeed. Aside from that, I send regular reports to the Elusive Man, updating our status.
Alright, then let's talk to you about you.
Do you have a minute, Miranda?
No doubt you've got a lot of questions. Cerberus isn't as evil as most people believe. If I can help allay any of your concerns, I'd be happy to do so. So, what would you like to know?
Yeah, because we don't really trust Cerberus yet. I feel like they have a complicated past. And I remember us being very skeptical about the Cerberus group. Oh, I'm from Sweden. So if I have like a weird accent, that's probably why. Oh, Shiana.
I know what we're doing here, but what's Cerberus's long-term goal?
I'm guessing you're also
the
Swedish
advancement
then.
of the human race. Nothing more, nothing less. The Solarians have the Special Tasks
Oh.
Group. The Asari have their legendary
Cool.
commandos for stealth and recon operations. Cerberus is humanity's answer to those organizations.
I don't think I've been to Ume. Yeah, it does. I usually stick to English though, so that more people understand. But I sometimes discuss like Swedish things. There is human answer to those organizations. Who's in charge?
Those organizations are regulated by governments. Who keeps Cerberus in check?
Nobody. We're privately funded and our backers trust the Elusive Man to make the right decisions. But he's very clear about our goals. Protect humanity and serve its advancement.
Oh, no worries. Let's investigate some more. What is Cerberus?
Are you military or political? Or both?
Cerberus has several divisions. Political, military, scientific, but we're all working towards the same goal. We keep our ranks and structure similar to the Alliance. A lot of our recruits started there, but not all Cerberus operations use the same protocols. We try not to get bogged down in bureaucracy or formality.
Okay. ooh. I'm still like, ooh. I know she is very like, she loves the Cerberus, obviously. But I want to know like why she likes it so, I think. And yeah. This is my first time playing. um, I don't know why, but when I was looking, I think it was in the big like first mission or something, it told me like, oh, you get more XP and stuff because you've played Mass Effect 2 before, or like you finish it. But I'm like, no, I've never played Mass Effect 2. I don't know if that was like a bug, because I've only played through the first Mass Effect. So I don't know if it's like the Legacy edition, or I don't know. That was strange. I was like, why am I getting these bonuses? So I don't know. But yeah, it's my first time playing Mass Effect 2. And I haven't played 3 or Andromeda. Is that what they're called? Either. So when I'm done with this one, I'm going to be playing those as well.
What kind of resources does Cerberus have?
We're very well funded, though I doubt anyone other than the elusive man knows exactly how well. But our resources aren't unlimited. Reviving you and rebuilding the Normandy was a significant investment, and a significant risk. We're all hoping you can do the impossible, Shepard. No pressure.
When I was little, make fun of you if you played games or even RPG. Now whenever I'm on Twitch, it's almost always girls who stream this game. Really? I didn't know that. I haven't like watched anyone play because I don't want spoilers. But it's a really fun game. I've been thinking about playing it for a long time, and then I finally like, I think it was a couple of months ago or something, like all of the BioWare games were on sale. So I bought like all of the Mass Effect games and also Dragon Age games. And video games were such a boy thing. Yeah, I remember that too. I think I started playing games. I mean, I think I've played games for a long time. And like, I guess because my dad had like a Nintendo 64 and like a super, like a SNES, I think. So we played on that as kids, but I didn't understand what I was doing. So like I tried to play Ocarina of Time, but I couldn't understand English. So I was like, Dad, what are they saying? What am I supposed to do? So I couldn't really play through them. But then later on, I think I was more like, I didn't really play that many games. Like, I used to play with like dolls and stuff like that. But then when I got into like, I think, what could it be? Like 4th or 5th grade, I started play, or actually maybe it was before that, because I had some friends who were boys, and they played games on PlayStation 2. So we played like Guitar Hero together. They also like introduced me to RuneScape and Roller Coaster Tycoon. They had a lot of games that I got to try out. Maybe even like Halo, I think. So we played those together. And then after that, I wanted my own PS2. So me and my sister got like the PS2 with, I think, Guitar Hero 3 or something. So we started playing on that. And then in like 4th or 5th grade, I started playing with some guy friends like Call of Duty and Minecraft, and I also played like Spore and stuff with one of my girl girlfriends. I guess not like girlfriend, but like a friend who was a girl. um, and I think I've always had like what's it called, like someone to play games with, I suppose, which I guess is why I kind of prefer like I either play like single player games like this where it's just you, or games with other people. I prefer, like, I know that some games you can play multiplayer with like on your own, but I prefer to have someone to play with me. This game though, BioWare has this inclusiveness about their game that attracts female gamers, in my opinion. I like that. This is what makes Mass Effect fun and unique. Yeah, I I think BioWare makes really good games, like in general. I've been playing Dragon Age in my spare time, just for fun, and I've had so much fun playing Dragon Age. So I'm currently playing. I think I have 2 DLCs left in Dragon Age Origins, and then when I'm done with that, I'm finally going to go over to play Dragon Age 2. But those games are so much fun. Nowadays, gaming is so mainstream that I can enjoy my GF. Yeah, that's nice. It's fun to play with others. I agree. And it's also fun that like it's more mainstream now, for sure. Like, of course. Wait, also it really sounds like you had really good friends. Yeah, I've been really lucky in that regard. I've always had very good and supportive friends. And we've always had like kind of similar interests, so I've definitely had like a support group where like we might have been a little bit weird, like we played games, we watched anime, we did cosplay and all of this stuff. But we never got like maybe people were talking shit about us behind our back, but we didn't really care because we had each other. So I've been lucky in that regard. I know that maybe it's also because I'm from like Stockholm, so you see a lot of different kinds of people, and I can imagine living more like in the middle of nowhere. It would be difficult to find people with similar interests. Let's see here. Can you tell us more about the elusive man?
What can you tell me about the elusive man?
Not much that you don't already know. Even I don't have access to most of his background. And you've seen more of him than most ever do. It's rare for him to become directly involved in missions, but you're something special. Whatever else people might say about him, I can assure you he's got humanity's best interests at heart. That includes you and me.
And what makes you think
so? How can
so?
you be sure of that if you know so little about him?
I didn't get to where I am without knowing how to gauge people's motives and ambitions, even from brief encounters. He's no saint, and he'd be the first to admit it. But he is committed. Humanity couldn't have a better advocate.
Alright. Well, now we know a little bit more about Cerberus. But what about you, Miranda?
Tell me about yourself, Miranda.
Oh, I guess that's fair. I've spent the last 2 years learning everything there is to know about you. Well, you should probably know that I've had extensive genetic modification. Not my decision, but I make the most of it. It's one of the reasons the elusive man handpicked me. I'm very good at just about anything I choose to do.
Oh. In what way are you genetically modified?
What level of genetic modification are we talking about?
That's very thorough. Physically, I'm superior in many ways. I heal quickly, and I'll likely live half again as long as the average human. My biotic abilities are also very advanced. For a human. Add to that some of the best training and education money can buy, and, well, it's pretty impressive, really.
Okay. So you're perfect?
Sounds like you were designed to be perfect.
Maybe, but I'm not. I'm still human, Shepard. I make mistakes like everyone else. And when I do, the consequences are severe. Everyone expects a lot from someone with my abilities.
It sounds a little bit mean to say she's cocky, but she is a little bit cocky. I'm gonna...
You certainly don't lack for confidence.
It's just a fact. My reflexes, my strength, even my looks, they're all designed to give me an edge. No point in hiding from it. It's the reason I'm trusted to oversee the most dangerous, risky, and technically demanding operations Cerberus undertakes. And it's why I was assigned to you. It's my job to make sure you succeed, Shepard.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks for the information, Miranda. I'll talk to you later.
Of course, Commander. Whatever you need.
Okay. 15 years ago, there was a show called Shock. The actress who voices Miranda was on that show. Oh. That's the girl from Handmaid's Tale. Oh, I don't think I've seen or heard about Shock, if I'm honest. Handmaid's Tale, I've heard about, but I haven't seen it. I'm very bad at looking at TV shows and movies, which is kind of bad because I know there's some like classics that I should definitely watch, which I haven't. But I actually, during Midsummer, I was at my parents', and since they were working after Midsummer, I had some time to just sit down, relax, and watch some good old TV shows, which was nice. So I finally sat down and watched the second season of The Legends of Vox Machina. I've been meaning to watch it for so long, but I just haven't like had the time. I also watched the Everything Everywhere All at Once, I think it's called, and that was really good, that movie. And then what else did I watch? I think it was actually kind of funny. We were sitting down to like oh my god, I want to interact with stuff, but we can wait. I wanted to or we were sitting down to watch like a show like with the family, and my parents turned on this like French show that was called like Liaison or something like that, which was basically about cyber security, like what's it called, there was like a secret agent, and there was like, it was basically about hackers and stuff like that. So we all sat down to watch it. And I think my mom and my dad watched like one episode. I think my mom probably fell asleep after like maybe 2/3 of the first episode, and my dad after the first episode was like, okay, I think I'm gonna go do something else. So then I was left on the couch watching on my own for like 4 episodes. And then the next day they were like, oh, should we continue watching that show? And I was like, bro, you both left me whilst I continued watching. So they had to like find time to what's it called? Like watch the stuff I had already seen. So yeah. It's just funny how they wanted to watch something together, and then they both like left. Oh my god, parents. Well, that's all right. I still had fun, and me and my dad finished the show together before I left, so that's fun. Okay, let's see.
You came all the way down here to see us?
You're speaking to our commanding officer.
I'm touring the ship, getting to know my crew.
I'm Engineer Ken Donnelly, handling the power control systems. This is Gabby.
That's Engineer Gabriella Daniels.
Oh, thank you.
actually. I'm responsible for the propulsion systems.
What can we do for you, Commander?
I tried to stream, oh, thank you so much for following, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Yeah, I tried to stream, like, 2 times a week. This week, I've only streamed once, because, well, I was away at my parents'. I might stream tomorrow too, but I'm actually leaving to go to my parents again tomorrow, and I'm going to be away for a couple of days, but I think I'll be back around Wednesday, Thursday, and I will probably stream then too. So look forward to that. I'll probably be playing more Mass Effect because I want to finish this game, all of them, because I'm having a lot of fun. I actually also, yesterday, because it's the Steam Summer Sale, I looked through some games, and I've had like no, it's not a trilogy, it's 4 games on my wish list for a while, which is called Sorcery, which is basically like D&D, like choose your adventure, but it's like a picture book kind of, and I've had my eyes on that for a long time, and I think I'm going to maybe play that tomorrow just to start it, and we'll see what we think. But yeah, I'm gonna check if they need anything.
Are you set up
we get
okay
all the
down
quests, and
We
we do
can't
the side
complain.
quests.
I just wish it didn't take so long to calibrate the FBA arrays.
Kenneth, you're complaining.
What kind of problems are you having?
When they upgraded the Normandy design, they got a bit sloppy with the FBA couplings. I won't bore you with the tech, but there's an array of attenuators in the primary power transfer system that channels the field bleed.
Kenneth, you're boring the commander with tech.
No, it's
In short,
fine.
if we had T6 FBA couplings installed, it'd save us a lot of maintenance time each day.
And why don't you have them?
Why isn't something like that already installed?
It's probably just a design oversight. Efficiency isn't affected. It's a maintenance issue.
Also, the T6 model can be hard to find. Nash and Stellar Dynamics discontinued them.
We could probably find used ones in the Omega markets, but we have no time for shore leave.
Okay. So, I guess, I hope that gave us a new side mission. I would guess it did. You weren't here when I played Mass Effect, but I did basically all the missions that weren't like, oh, collect all the stuff. And I'm probably going to do that
Where'd you receive your training?
too.
Both
this.
Gabby and I started in the Alliance, serving on the SSV Perugia.
She flew in the first wave at the Battle of the Citadel. We saw Sovereign firsthand.
Okay.
Why did you leave the Perugia?
After you died, Anderson lost political clout. The Council backslid on the Reaper menace.
They discounted Sovereign as an isolated threat, as a single...
Which was bullshit. They said your warnings of a greater danger were mistaken or delusional.
We lost respect for Alliance leadership. We need to fight the real enemy, and only Cerberus seem to be doing that.
I do appreciate that Cerberus takes this threat as like a real threat. But maybe if we just talk to Anderson, he will understand it's a threat too. Ken joining Cerberus.
How did you wind up with Cerberus, Ken?
Once you were gone, the Alliance brass descended like vultures, tearing apart everything you'd said. I was very public with my defense for you.
Oh,
I didn't hold
that's
back.
sweet.
That's an understatement. If Kenneth wasn't such a talented engineer, they'd have court-martialed him for insubordination.
But it got me noticed by the elusive man. He made an offer, and here I am.
Okay. Gabby, you
So
mean?
why did you join, Gabby?
Kenneth and I have been partners in crime since we graduated from Tech Academy. When he got the Cerberus offer, I insisted that it include me. He'd fall apart without me.
Thanks, Mum.
Also,
Oh,
I love
they're-
aliens, and the Normandy
Oh.
is state of the art. When I got the opportunity to work on her, I had to jump.
She looks younger than him, I'm not gonna lie. Feels on Cerberus.
What do you think about Cerberus?
Actually, we don't know much about the organization other than the Normandy team. We know our mission and who's in charge.
We're off to kick the collectors right in their daddy bags. That's enough for me.
I love their accent. Alright, well, I
Carry
think that's
on.
everything.
Will do, Commander.
Good luck.
I'm amazed Shepard came down to see us.
Oh?
Told you she would.
What's this area of the ship?
This is main engineering, which contains the ship's main fusion plant and Mass Effect core.
That's a big core. I think it's bigger than the last one. Alright. Is that everything down here? Or... Oh, we can go downstairs. Down here. Red. Is anyone down here? Doesn't seem like it. Is this where, like... I guess I'm guessing maybe Tali will join us? I don't know. She did seem willing to cooperate when we saw her last, but she seemed to have her own ship, maybe. Or maybe not? I don't know. But it always seems like Tali was, like, away from everyone else. I think that was pretty much everyone on the ship. Let's see here. I feel like...
No messages for you, Commander.
No messages. Oh, maybe she said no messages earlier too, but I misheard her and thought she said new messages. Let's have a look in our journal. I feel like we have a lot of assignments and a lot of missions. Oh no. Maybe we should get I feel like we should get what's it called? The Eclipse?
A scientist is required to use
In
the
a
technical
scientist.
laboratory.
Whoops, I didn't mean to open. I wanted to look at the journal again. Let's see here. The convict, biotic ability, criminal background, small unit tactical expertise, omni-tool expert and noted sniper. Professor. Would that be like the I don't know. I mean, we're probably going to get all of these people, so should we do the assignments first? Bottle of very ice brandy. Maybe in the Citadel? I don't know. Overlord. The service station on the planet Aita has gone off the grid. Right. We've read about this in our mail. Yeah. Ooh, where should we go first? A small tip. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. You should do the professor first, but you can do them in any order, really. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking the professor would probably be useful. Maybe for the labs? I don't know. In that case, oh, now I forgot to check where they were at. This always happens. I go to the map and I don't know where I'm going. Dr. Morden Solus, biological weapons expert, light weapons training with Salarian Special Task Group. Dr. Morden Solus is a Salarian biological weapons expert whose technology may hold the key to countering Collector's attack. He is currently operating a medical clinic in the slums of Omega. Talk to Arya at Afterlife for information about Morden Solus. Okay. At Afterlife. Interesting. So we want to go to Omega. Oh, this is a new way to move around. Oh, what's this? Built in the mined-out husk of a metallic asteroid, Omega has been a haven for criminals, terrorists, and malcontents for thousands of years. At times, the station has lain idle and abandoned for centuries, only to be reactivated by a new group of outlaws seeking a fresh start. The space station's original elegant design has given way to haphazardous expansion by scrabbling factions of every species. There is no central government or unifying authority on Omega, and nobody can recall a time there ever was one. Interesting. It looks like a asteroid. That's kind of fun, except for this part, of course. Cutscene? Is something gonna happen, or is it just loading? I guess I'll bring both. Accept. I'm actually gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And the music's back too. There we go. I think it was because since I muted my mic. Oh, good luck at work. I hope it goes well. Yeah, see you later. Alright. Let's see here now. I think adrenaline rush. Shifted shield sounds better to me, but I do want to get... Wait, wasn't there one for, like... let me read this real quick. Wasn't this the one for... No. I thought this was like charisma. Ooh. I don't know, but I'll get this one. Sure, why not? Oh! Your killing intent is ever present, increasing weapon damage and storm speed, giving a damage bonus to powers. Your survival instincts grants you an intense concentration that further increases weapon damage and storm speed, and gives a duration bonus to powers. I think I want this more. The shock trooper. Get that. I'm more on the Paragon side, which I think I like. Let's see here. Miranda, you can get more overload, maybe? And Jacob, more full? Sure. Alright. What's this? Oh, we can choose our gear. I think it's probably fine for now. We haven't really done any big missions yet.
Welcome to Omega. You're new here, aren't you? I can always tell. Allow me to... Oh, hello, Mocklin. I was just...
Leave, Fargate, now.
Of course,
This is a new
Mocklin.
kind of alien.
Whatever she wants.
Blasted scavengers. Welcome to Omega, Shepard.
You know who I am?
Of course. We had you tagged the moment you entered the Terminus systems. You're not as subtle as you think. Arya wants to know what brings a dead Spectre to Omega. I suggest you go to Afterlife now and present yourself.
Cut the attitude. I'm not here to cause problems for Omega.
Things explode around you, Shepard. You can't blame Arya for keeping an eye on you. Afterlife, now.
Okay.
I'm receiving quarantine warnings about the slums where Dr. Morton Solus runs the clinic. Anticipate resistance at the transport station. I have also accessed messages between mercenary groups regarding plans to deal with the Archangel. There's a recruiting station at Afterlife that may have information on him.
Okay. Oh, this is kind of a big place. Okay. Arya's here. Upper Afterlife. Lower Afterlife. Oh? It's like... Oh? If we're up here, and then I guess there's stairs all the way here, so this is like lower, and then there's stairs here probably. A lot of places here.
Please.
Oh my.
Please. You have to help me.
No one said you could talk, jackass.
You Zaid Masani?
Yeah, that's me. You must be Commander Shepard. Hey, we have a galaxy to save.
I assume you've been briefed?
I've done my homework. Cerberus sent me
looks
everything
scary.
I needed to know.
My contacts told me we're picking up one man, not two.
Batarian delinquent. Pissed off someone rich enough to hire me to go after him. And for my bring him in alive rates even.
Please. I didn't do it.
I said shut it. Tried to lead me on a chase all over the systems. He should have known better. These people always run to Omega.
What's gonna happen to him?
I'm gonna turn him in for the bounty. Don't much care what happens after that.
What's your relationship with Cerberus?
Scary.
Easy. Cerberus is paying me a lot of money to help you on your mission. That's the long and short.
Not many mercs would take a suicide mission for the pay.
Most mercs don't get an offer like the one Cerberus sent me. This mission doesn't sound like good business, but your elusive man can move a lot of credits.
Good to have you, Zaid. We have a lot to do.
That's what they tell me.
Oh no! Oh.
I assume the elusive man told
Okay.
you about our arrangement.
No. I guess he decided to leave that information out of the dossier.
Good thing I asked. Picked up a mission a little while back, just before I signed on with Cerberus. Thought you might be interested. You heard the name Vito Santiago? He's the head of the Blue Suns. Runs the whole organization. Seems he recently captured an Eldfell Ashland refinery on Zoya and is using their workers for slave labor. The company wants it dealt with.
I'll make sure we get that done.
Good. Get it out of the way so we can concentrate
We need to
on
take
being
care of
big
some slavers
goddamn
too.
heroes.
Oh. Fetch.
I better turn this thing in before it starts to stink. I'll be locked and loaded next time you're ready to get some killing done.
He's a little bit scary, but maybe he's not as bad as he seems. Oh? Damn, this place looks cool. I know I'm supposed to go to Afterlife first, but I want to talk to people.
Omega, what a piss hole. At least it keeps you on your toes. I've had to come here on business before. I feel like I need a shower afterward, in addition to normal decontamination.
And I just said this place looks cool. She just disses on it. Can't believe her. I guess, yeah, it's probably not like the best place around, but it looks cool. Can't talk to this person. Alright. I guess I can't talk to these people either. No. No one here? No. How about you people? No? Go to apartments. I know I'm not supposed to go this way yet, but... Maybe we should do...
Fantastic new visor. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Harrods. Oh, I love that place.
Maybe we should follow his instructions.
Oh no. Harrod has something for
Lower section.
He also sold me this spice rack shaped like a mining scanner. That's great.
Can
Come on, let me in.
Can I just walk past?
Ari's expecting me. Ugh.
Annoyed. If she were expecting you, you'd be inside.
I love those.
Ari's expecting you.
Ari's expecting me.
Ugh. What is this?
What are you looking at?
Don't you have something better to do than pick fights with people you don't know?
No, just the ones who get in my face.
You see my gun. Do you really want to do this?
Fine. You're off the hook. For now. See you around.
I just wanted to talk to him. What the hell? Oh, strange. Strange interaction. I don't even know who that was. Oh? Hello? Nice dancing. What's this? There's so many people, but I can't interact with any of them. I can talk to the bartender. Yes, I need that. Thank you. What's this? walk away. We just need one. Did it not cost us anything? Strange. Maybe it did, I just didn't notice.
I'm busy.
Sorry. Hello? No? Hello? No? And who am I supposed to talk to, huh?
A source reports that the attack on the human colony of Freedom's Progress is being investigated as a possible terrorist attack by dissidents from former council races.
Oh, this is just another drink. He just looked at me like, look. Oh, should we dance? Yeah! Damn! Oh. Nice! We couldn't dance in Mass Effect 1, so it's nice that we can dance in this one. Nothing over here. I can just dance whenever I want? That's awesome. Well, we can watch a dancer. This we could do in the other game, but we decided not to.
So, either of you ever been to the Citadel?
Oh, it's Fist?
Shepard? I heard you were dead. I had a party and everything. No hard feelings, though, huh? No, really, thanks for taking the time to chase a small-time crook off the Citadel so I could squat in this shithole for years.
And if you leave the straight and narrow, I'll be there to follow up.
Right, because you don't have planets to save and bigger shit like that. Nothing better to do than keep me down. Goddamn saviors of the galaxy, messing with a man's living.
Well, sorry. Alright. Are we supposed to be here? Is this person dead? Or... I'm gonna pretend like I didn't see that. Damn. I haven't seen these types of aliens either. They're cool. Oh.
Brave human. Tell Captain Gaborn we not kill anyone today.
I don't know a Captain Gaborn. Why would I tell him anything?
Not trust you. Tell Gaborn we know his tricks. We not kill anyone today.
There seem to be a lot of Vorcha on Omega.
Go away. Talk too much. Gaborn's thugs get no more. We leave.
Good talking to you.
No more talk. We know Gaborn's tricks. We leave.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know who that is.
This place. How can these people be left to rot like this?
You don't understand, or you don't want to?
Doesn't really matter.
No. Omega has worked this way for a very long time. No one's changing it now.
Hello? Who are you?
Hello there. Might I interest you in some salvage tech? Every credit goes toward a ticket to get me off this forsaken rock.
I buy a lot of parts and equipment. Maybe we can make an arrangement.
Well, you seem like a decent person, but you can't breathe a word of it to Harrod.
Of course.
Then we have a deal. Maybe I'll at least sell something to you.
What brought a nice kid like you to Omega?
My pilgrimage. What money I had got stolen within a few days, so I decided to sell salvage parts. You can see how that turned out. Harrod's forcing me to sell high, and I can't even afford a ticket off this station.
Tell me about
Why
Harriet.
does Harriet control your prices?
Harriet made me swear not to undercut him, no matter what. He was here first, so it's his right. But no one will buy from me when he's so much cheaper. I can't save enough money for a ticket off the station.
I could probably pay for it.
I could go talk to Harriet for you. Get him to ease up.
I won't stop you. If you can convince him to lay off, then maybe I'll get off this station after all. His shop's up the ramp, near where Marsh sells his goods. Anything you can do will be much appreciated.
I have to go.
Please check with my kiosk to see what I have for sale. And thank you.
No problem. See what he has. Heavy weapon ammo. What is this? A present set of discontinued. Oh, we need these. Need these. Heavy skin wheel. Cybernetic upgrade. That's a lot of money. An upgrade. I mean, this sounds good. I don't know if we need it. I'll buy it.
We can use this.
Alright. Alright. Let's see here. Oh, we're here now. Guess we'll go here then. Because we didn't find anyone to talk to over there. Maybe I just missed them?
Has won the right to use Commander Shepard's likeness on its colonial seal. The commander's family was killed in a slavery but Shepard has
End is nigh. Humans are a blight on galactic purity. You, sir, you are a blight.
Aw.
You, and you, human. And you. Protheans cast off the lesser races.
Okay.
The Krogan, the Vorcha, and the humans. And so they dwell.
Complaining is pointless, human. There's a plague. Nobody gets in or out.
I told you to get lost, lady. The plague has the whole zone quarantined. Nobody gets in.
I'm human, you ass. Humans can't get the plague. Now let me get my stuff out before looters get it.
This thing affects every other race out there. We're not taking chances. Nobody gets in until the plague has run its course.
So you're saying the slums are completely sealed off?
Finally, a human that can hear. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
You can't keep me out. I'm gonna lose all my stuff.
I'm doing you a favor, human. Anybody in the quarantine zone will be dead from the plague or the gangs in a few weeks.
I didn't think Omega had any kind of law enforcement. Who gave the order to quarantine the slums?
Fresh off the transport, huh? Arya Tilok calls the shots around here. She's got her little blue hands on every business in this district. And a plague is bad for business. She hired us to keep anyone from entering or leaving the quarantine zone.
There's a Solarian named Morden Solis in the slums. I've got to get in there to find him.
The doctor? Yeah, crazy bastard opened a clinic in the district a few months ago. The Blue Suns weren't too happy when he moved in. I hear Morden's trying to deal with the plague. I wish him luck, but the area is still locked down. Our orders are to wait until either the plague or the Blue Suns kill everyone. Then go in and clean up.
Any idea where I can find Morden's clinic?
Not a clue. What do you care? The place is quarantined, remember?
Tell me more about this plague.
It starts out as a cough, then you start coughing blood. And, well, then I shoot you.
Okay.
Affects multiple species. Turians, Solarians, Krogan, you name it. Only humans are immune. And Vorcha, if you count them. An airborne
wouldn't you
disease
count
that
them?
takes down multiple races. Can't let that spread. Hence the quarantine.
Who are the Blue Suns?
Mercenary gang that runs the district. At least they used to. The guys are mostly Turian. I heard the plague hit them pretty hard. Now the whole district is up for grabs. I hear the Vorcha are making a move. Plague can't hurt them. Immune to disease. Just one more reason you don't want to go in there.
Okay.
I didn't think diseases could cross species barriers. Turians and Solarians can't even eat the same food.
Right. Most people figure that it has to be synthetic. Somebody engineered it.
Hmm.
And
Why
either
would
got
they do
loose,
that?
or they're testing it here. And seeing as how humans are immune to the plague and doing a fair bit of looting, a lot of people think humans made it.
Hmm.
Listen, you're stuck here till this quarantine's over. That could take weeks. What you really need is to get this problem solved right now. That's what I do. Solve problems. Let me in and I'll get this district straightened out.
You think you can fix this? Why not? Quarantine is more to keep infected people in anyway. I'll radio ahead, tell them you're coming in.
Wait, you're stopping me, but not them? You son of a bitch.
You don't have a grenade launcher, lady. Get lost.
Fortunately, humans are immune to the plague.
Well, that's good for us. If we had someone else, they wouldn't be immune, huh? We'd have to leave them behind. Oh, we can bring him now. But I think I haven't talked to him yet, so I don't know if I like him yet. Fine. Alright. Whoa. Whoa. It's fine. This element 0? I don't know what that is. Alright. Hello? Anyone
Free
here?
and clear.
Don't shoot, they're cleared to come in.
Okay. Good thing you didn't shoot. Credits. Can we talk to these people? No. Oh. No, this is where we came from. Stupid.
Good luck in there. The Blue Suns and Vorcha are shooting anything that moves.
Hmm. Are they going to be shooting me?
They see you, Shepard.
Shields a bit.
Oh, whoops. Can I...
Headshot!
I would...
Guess they just left the dead in the streets.
Burning corpses. Must be trying to keep the plague from spreading.
Field is clear!
I would prefer to not kill these people. I feel like they're just trying to do their job, you know? But I suppose I'll have to. Hello.
Human. Should have guessed. Bad enough you infect us with this plague. Now you lack the decency to even wait until I die before you come to steal my possessions.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Get away from me, human. Your kind has done too much already. Your plague did this to me. Your faint pity is the final insult.
Humans didn't create this plague.
Lies drip from your mouth like the blood from my sores. The proof is there for all to see. Your species is the only one that does not succumb to the virus. Yours and the wretched Vorcha.
Who's to say it's not the Vorcha who made
I
it?
need to find Morden Solus.
They want this area.
Humans looking for the human sympathizer. I hope the Vorcha burn Morden and his clinic to the ground. I hope you... I hope... Damn it. Damn you. Can't...
Hey, stay with me. This won't cure the plague, but it might help a bit.
Oh, you helped me. Why?
It's what I do. I don't know if I can find a cure for this plague, but I'm gonna try.
Your words sound sincere. Maybe it's the fever. But as you said, what have I to lose? What do you wish to know?
Why are you so convinced humans are behind this outbreak?
The plague is too potent to be a naturally occurring virus.
Okay.
Airborne transmission across numerous species, near perfect mortality rate. It had to be created in a lab. And since humans are the only species not affected, there is only
not
one
the only
logical
one.
conclusion.
Aren't the Vorcha immune to the plague? What if they spread the virus so they could take over the district?
Vorcha are immune to disease. A human-created plague wouldn't affect them. But if the Vorcha created the plague, why wouldn't it affect humans? Besides, the Vorcha aren't smart enough to make a virus like this. They're scavengers.
Maybe they want someone to put the
Sorry,
blame on.
human. You may not want to believe it, but all the evidence points to your species.
I need to find
I
Morgan
don't know,
Solus.
He has a clinic on the far side of the district. He's taking in refugees, offering to help those infected with the plague. I was afraid to go to him before. He is dangerous, but perhaps he can help.
What makes Morden worse than dying from the plague?
The Blue Suns tried to press him for protection money. He killed them, stunned them with some kind of toxin, then gunned them down. He's not just a doctor. Doctors don't execute people and display the bodies as a warning.
You were talking about Vorcha earlier.
Before the quarantine, the Blue Suns controlled this district. But as their numbers fell to the plague, Vorcha moved in. The Blue Suns are fighting to protect their territory. But as the plague spreads, it's only a matter of time until the Vorcha overwhelm them.
We've said this
Aren't
before,
the Vorcha
but
immune to the plague? What if they spread the virus so they could take over the district?
Vorcha are immune to disease. A human-created plague wouldn't affect them. But if the Vorcha created the plague, why wouldn't it affect humans? Besides, the Vorcha aren't smart enough to make a virus like this. They're scavengers.
wouldn't be so sure.
Sorry, human. You may not want to believe it, but all the evidence points to your species.
I wanted to ask him about the other...
I need to find Morgan Solus.
He has a clinic on the... I was afraid to go to him before. He is dangerous, but perhaps he can help.
When I find Morden, I'll tell him about you. If he has a cure, I'll make sure someone gets it to you.
Thank you. My time is running short, but at least you have given me a flicker of hope to brighten the darkness of my final hours.
No
I
worries.
want to die. Whatever Morden is, I will risk it if he can reach me.
I should go.
Goodbye, human.
Goodbye. Oh. Find matching code segment. Locate and select the code that matches the code displayed at the top left corner of the screen. Avoid red codes. Find all matches before time runs out. Hack through security. Oh? What am I supposed to do? I don't get it. Wait, let me try that again. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to do this? I don't get it. Huh? Find the matching code segments. Locate and select the code that matches the code displayed at the top left corner. Oh! Oh, okay, I get it now. So I'm supposed to match that. I thought I was just matching... Oh... Oh, that wasn't... Oh, it's a new one now. Oh? So this one? And now... This one? Okay. I get it now. What's this way? Some power cells? Bypass. Connect the matching pin. So these two. These.
Looks like he tried to claw his way out. No one wants to die trapped like an animal.
Bastards sealed us in this room. Said we're infected. Idiots can't tell the difference between the plague and a simple cough. Nothing to do now but sit tight and wait for them to wise up. Good thing we brought a deck of cards.
Okay.
2 days in. Nobody's even come by to check on us. Never thought the Blue Suns would turn their backs on me. This group used to stand for something. When I get out of here, I'm gonna make them pay.
Damn.
Datus isn't doing too good.
Bringing our guns out.
Gotta get out of here before he infects me too.
Oh man.
Davis died last night. He's still talking to me though.
What?
Good to hear his voice. The company is nice. Nobody should die alone.
What does he mean by that?
Hostiles are cleared.
What does he mean by keep hearing his voice? That's strange. Alright. Let's see. Let's bypass this door. And then this one. This one. Go and go. Got it. I'm not sure which way to go first.
The Blue Suns came by this morning and did something to my door. Now it won't open. Burned out the circuits, maybe. They said they were trying to control the spread of the plague. But I'm not even infected. Damn Turians. Must be some kind of extortion racket. Trap me in here for a day or two, then offer to let me out if I pay them off. So hungry it hurts to breathe.
Oh no.
Feels like my stomach's digesting itself. I don't think the Blue Suns are coming back. Maybe they forgot about me. Maybe the plague got them. Lucky bastards. Better than starving to death. The Blue Suns came by this morning and did something to my door. Now it won't open. Burned out the circuits, maybe. They said they were trying to control the spread of the plague. But I'm not even infected.
Oof.
Damn Turians. Must be some kind of extortion racket.
Which way? So many ways to go.
Charge him up!
Woo! They were very aggressive.
Have a nice trip. Get a gun!
Lock shield.
Come on, show yourself.
Tech overload.
Let me get my fortification.
Headshot!
Oh, there's so many people to kill.
I've got him!
Oh, there too. Was that everyone? Or no? Was that everyone? Nope. They just keep on coming. There we go. Finally, I think maybe. I don't wanna speak too soon, but I think that was everyone.
Hostiles are cleared.
Yeah, seems like it. Okay. Let's go check over here. I mean, they still have their weapons out, but I thought you said it was clear. Let's bypass this door. There. And here. Here. Nice. This place looks nice. Some credits. Is this where we're supposed to go?
When we saw that door open, we thought those Turians had found us.
I guess I'll talk to person.
Ever since this plague started, the Blue Suns have been out to get us. They're killing as many people as the disease.
Why are the Blue Suns hunting you?
We didn't do anything. Pretty much every non-human in the district wants us dead.
They think we caused the plague. Humans aren't getting sick, and that's all the evidence they need. God knows how many of us they've already killed.
They should be looking at the Vorcha, not us. Ever since the plague hit, they've been taking over Blue Sun's territory.
You said the Vorcha moved in just after the plague hit?
Right after the district was quarantined. Vorcha are immune to diseases, so they're not getting sick.
Not sure where they came from. Never saw many Vorcha around before. Sure seemed like they were ready for this.
Only nobody thinks the Vorcha are smart enough to create a virus like this. The Blue Suns need someone else to blame. Like us.
You said the Vorcha were taking over Blue Sun's territory?
Trying to. The Blue Suns don't go down easy. The plague softened them up, but they still have enough firepower to hold some of their turf. The Turians are getting pushed back. The deeper you go into the district, the more Vorcha you'll see. Unless they see you first.
What else can you tell me about the plague? When did it start?
The first cases cropped up about 2 weeks ago. Nobody paid much attention until it started to spread. Usually takes about a week to kill you, but it spreads fast. 3 days after the first outbreak, there were over 50 known cases.
That's when everyone noticed humans weren't getting sick. Then the quarantine came down and everything went to hell.
Any idea how the victims contracted it?
Not sure. Probably airborne. Even after the Blue Suns started sealing victims up inside their own apartments, the plague kept spreading. Now they just gun victims down and burn the bodies in the streets. Doesn't seem to be helping, though. People are dying by the dozens.
Tell me more about the Blue Suns.
They're a mercenary gang, mostly Turian. Used to run this district. Kept things nice and stable for the most part.
As long as you paid your monthly protection fees, everything was cool. Rates were pretty reasonable. For Omega, at least.
Then this damn plague hit. Everyone started dying. The Vorcha started moving in. The Blue Suns lost control and the whole district turned into a war zone.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for
I need to
Solarian.
find Morden Solus.
Oh yeah, him. He's got a clinic on the other side of the district.
Heard he's taking in refugees now. Trying to help plague victims. Offering protection from the Suns and the Vorcha.
Sure. A doctor with military-grade mechs helping people for free. On Omega, grow up.
Sounds like you don't think much of the doctor in his clinic.
The Vorcha tried to muscle in. He gunned them down. Just like that. Pop, pop, pop. Didn't even use his mechs.
Then the Blue Suns heard he was sheltering humans and they went to burn down the clinic. He killed them too. Then he went inside and got back to work. He's cold. Must be Solarian Special Forces or something.
You can't stay trapped in this apartment. If you get to Morden's, you might at least survive until the quarantine ends.
Are you nuts? We'd never make it. The streets are crawling with Blue Suns and Vorcha. We don't even have pistols.
Besides, I'm not risking my life on a rumor that some Solarian might offer me sanctuary.
I'll help you get
I
there.
know you're scared, but your only hope is to get to Morden's clinic. I'm gonna be under fire from the Blue Suns and the Vortices, so I can't take you with me. But I promise you this. I'll do what I can to leave a safe path for you to follow me. It's risky, but I think it's your only chance.
Okay, you're right. We'll never make it if we stay here. We have to try. We'll wait here for a while and give you time to clear the way. Then we'll head for Morden's clinic, if we're lucky. Maybe we'll meet you there.
Yes.
Make sure you clear a good path for us. I don't want to get shot on the way to Morden's clinic.
Yes, yes.
We'll wait here until you've cleared the path. When the fighting dies down, we'll head to Morden's clinic.
Alright. We'll take care of it. We'll make sure these people can get somewhere safe.
This might be useful.
Alright. I think there was a way the other way. Can I jump over this? No. No? No. Okay. Oh! Somehow I did it. Oh! I'm so cool. I managed to figure it out. Huh? There's something here we could examine? Maybe my imagination. Unless there's so many ways to. Let's open this medkit. The circuit board. Maybe that was everything up here. Can I? No, I can't jump over that. I don't know why I thought I would be able.
Field is clear.
Oh my god, he's so loud. That almost scared me. It was a little bit word. Can you please let me jump up? Thank you. Hello?
Incoming. Gravity's one. Drop.
Are we killing everyone?
Deploying tech overload.
Oh my god, I can't aim.
Come on over.
Is he dead? Or I don't know. I think I'm gonna go closer.
It's gonna blow.
Oh, Jesus. Let's reload. Get our barrier up.
Have a nice trip.
Oh my god, he's just floating away. Oh, am I out of pistol ammo?
I've lost shoot.
Ouch. Oh, whoa, what? Did that thing jump on me without me realizing? Maybe I should have saved the game earlier. Uh-oh. Where will we end up? Okay, we're here, so it wasn't that far back. Let's check up here first. Oh, this is just the same place.
Enemy
basically.
Turian.
Let's get them from up here, I guess. Can I get him from here? The window blew open.
Firing now.
Oh my god, they're taking like no damage. Maybe I should get like a sniper or something? Do I have a sniper? Is this a sniper? No, this is a shotgun. This is a sniper. Are there more? There. Oh, I missed. Oh my god, we have to reload every single time.
Have a nice trip.
There we go. Oh, there's more. Oh,
On target.
oops. There's so many of them. Is our team downstairs or?
It seems
think
we've
they
crossed
are.
into Vorcha territory.
The Blue Suns have given up a lot of turf. That doesn't bode well for them.
Was that everyone? I think so. Why did I bring out my gun?
Hostiles are cleared.
Alright. Are we going this way or... I'm not sure. I never know which way to go. Let's go this way first. Is there anything in here? Refined element 0.
Hey, back off. We got here first.
Human looters.
Hey, what did I say? We found this stuff. It's ours.
Ah, forget it. Nothing but junk in here. This place is worse than the last one.
What are you doing in this apartment? Did you kill that Turian?
What, the guy on the floor? Nah, the plague took care of him. We're just here to take a full accounting of all his worldly possessions.
Stealing from the dead. That's pretty low.
What's the big deal? It's not like they're gonna miss anything. We're just showing a little entrepreneurial spirit. The plague doesn't affect humans, so we might as well cash in.
Besides, if we don't take this stuff, the Vorcha or Blue Suns will. Better us than them, right?
No more looting.
Oh, what? You gonna shoot us?
This plague won't last forever. When the Blue Suns come back, they won't like you looting in their territory.
Yeah, well, maybe they won't find out. It's not like there's any witnesses alive to tell them.
Are some dead Turian's trinkets and a handful of credits worth that risk?
We just wanted to make a bit of quick cash. But when you put it like that, doesn't sound like such a good idea.
Yeah.
Hardly found anything valuable anyway. Yeah, you're probably right. It's not worth it.
Yeah. And it also, like, makes us look bad.
Do you know
Ever
a
considered
Solarian
that?
named Warden Solus?
Yeah, I know him. Got a clinic right around the corner. Take plenty of ammo if you go that way. It's crawling with Blue Suns and Vorcha.
Alright.
What else can you tell me about the plague?
I don't know. Started about a week ago, I think. Aliens started dying off left and right, and they quarantined the district.
Figured we had to look out for ourselves. Started scoping out some apartments, taking what we could carry.
Seemed like a good idea at the time. Guess we didn't really think it through.
Right.
What do you know about the Vorcha?
The Blue Suns used to keep them down. But with all the Suns getting sick, the Vorcha are making a push to take over the district. Don't know who's gonna come out on top. We just want to stay the hell out of the way.
Makes sense.
Tell me everything you know about Warden Solus.
That guy is crazy. He'll patch up a gunshot wound for free, then kick your ass and throw you out when you try to grab a few painkillers.
Be honest, man. You kinda had that coming.
No way he's just a doctor. No doctor puts down a Blue Sun squad like that.
All I know is if you go to his clinic, don't cause any trouble.
The Blue Suns control this district, right?
Well, they used to, before the plague wiped half of them out. Seems like it won't be long until the Vorcha finish him off. Yeah, I'm kinda sorry to see him go. Blue Suns ran a tight ship, kept the district in line for the most part.
Alright, I think that was everything.
We need to get going.
Yeah, sure. We'll just stay here for a while. Get some rest.
Don't worry, you made your point. We ain't gonna steal nothing.
Be good. I say as I look for loot. but don't loot in that sense, right? I like to see it as another type of looting. A good kind of looting. For the good of the people, you know? Here. This is the clinic. I'm gonna save. Because I haven't saved yet. This is the clinic.
Free and clear.
No funny business once you're in the clinic, unless you want to deal with those mechs.
Alright, I've dealt with mechs before, but...
Done.
Morden's around here somewhere. Go talk to him. We need all the help we can get.
Sorry, too busy to stop and chat. You should go find Morden.
Oh, we can use our weapons here.
Morden saved my life. I owe him everything.
On our way here, we saw humans looting the apartments of the dead. It made me sick.
This clinic is a sanctuary. If you're looking for trouble, go somewhere else.
Can't enter that door.
Professor, we're running low on Suboxidin.
Use melanorin. Plenty on hand. Almost as good. Causes cramping in Batarians. Supplement with butemerol.
Melanorin and butemerol. Got it.
Senesine is the catalyst. Bonds to genetic markers.
I'm gonna check this
Expensive
room
to mass
first.
produce. Why not have Haploform? Too unstable. Inconsistent results. Dem is a better option.
I feel like I missed a lot of things in like the tutorial place. Because I didn't look in like a part of the facility. Let me just look at the oh. Cute. Is there anything over here? Yeah. Let me just loot your place real quick, then I'll talk to you. Okay, hello.
Professor Morden Solus?
Don't recognize you from area. Too well armed to be refugees. No mercenary uniform. Quarantine still in effect. Here for something else? Vorcha? Crew to clean them out? Unlikely. Vorcha a symptom, not a cause. The plague. Investigating possible use as bioweapon. No. Too many guns, not enough data, equipment. Soldiers, not scientists. Yes. Hired guns, maybe. Looking for
Relax, Morden. I'm Commander Shepard, and I came here to find you. I'm on a critical mission, and I need your help.
Mission? What mission? No. Too busy. Clinic understaffed. Plague spreading too fast. Who sent you?
Should I tell him?
Ever heard of an organization called Cerberus?
Crossed paths on occasion. Thought they only worked with humans. Why request Salarian aid?
The Collectors are kidnapping entire human populations. We're gonna find out why and stop them.
Collectors? Interesting. Plague hitting these slums is engineered. Collectors one of few groups with technology to design it. Our goals may be similar. But must stop plague first. Already have a cure. Need to distribute it at Environmental Control Center. Vorcha guarding it. Need to kill them.
I'll get in and deal with the Vorcha.
What the hell was that?
Vorcha have shut down environmental systems. Trying to kill everyone. Need to get power back on before district suffocates. Here, take plague cure. Also, bonus in good faith, weapon from dead Blue Sun's mercs. May come in handy against Vorcha. One more thing. Daniel, one of my assistants, went into Vorcha territory looking for victims. Hasn't come back.
If I see him, I'll do what I can to help.
Thank you. Told him not to go. But he's smart. Bright future. I hope.
This person talks so fast. But I like him so far.
I found a Batarian plague victim near the entrance to the neighborhood. Can you send someone to help him?
Risky. Blue Sun's Vorcha still battling. District not secure. See what I can do.
Alright.
What can you tell me about this plague?
Advanced design. Suspected collectors before you mentioned them. Purpose seems experimental. Destroys respiratory systems with harmful genetic mutations. Makes sense to avoid humans. Unnecessary to force mutation on human genetic structure for sake of variance.
Unnecessary mutations? What are you talking about?
Possible goal of virus. Testing viable mutation levels in various species. Horrific, but feasible for collectors. Humans known to have diverse genetic background, wider range than other sapient races. Makes sense as control group.
Huh. So they think it's the collectors who made the virus?
What do you know about the Vorcha?
Cowardly, opportunistic scavengers. Not tactical or aggressive. Scale of attack unusual for them. Suspect Vorcha working for collectors. Distributing plague, collecting data. No proof, but theory fits evidence.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Any idea where I can
Seems
find
smart.
Daniel?
No. Heard infected Batarians trapped behind Vorcha lines. Daniel went to help. Warned him not to go, too dangerous. Patients here need him, snuck out anyway. Wanted to find him myself. Can't leave the clinic. Have to look after the patients.
Have you had any trouble at the clinic?
Nothing major. Blue Suns came for humans, made threats, killed them before things escalated.
For a doctor, you're awfully calm about taking out a group of mercs.
Wasn't always a doctor. Some work with Solarian Special Tasks Group. Can handle myself. Advantage of being Solarian. Turians, Krogan, Vorcha, all obvious threats. Never see me coming.
Let's head for the environmental plant.
He sounds like he's dangerous, but also good. All squad members are now able to use this weapon. Okay. We've been in here. Could we switch our pistol? To this one? Could we switch this one? I don't know. Guess I'll... Or is this the new one? I'll give him that one, I guess. I'll give her that one too. Alright. Oh, can't go that way.
Sorry, too busy to stop and chat. You should go find Morden.
Okay, we can go this way now. Cool.
Heavy weapons.
Oh, we're supposed to kill
What's going on?
Alright. Let's reload. Oh my god. The, like, recoil is something. Oh my god.
There we go.
Maybe I should switch to my pistol?
Got it.
Or sniper?
You'll bleed.
Alright. Not if I kill you first. Was that everyone? Nope, there's more. I'll just get behind this.
Now let's finish you off.
Stun him!
Alright. There's even more? Was that everyone? I don't know. I hope so. Oh my god, please stop getting behind cover. I'm trying to run. I think? No, I can't put away my weapon. Oh!
Here we go.
He's not shooting. strange. Is there anything here to loot?
I've got him.
Who did you... where? You can't be like, I got them and I don't know where they are. I mean, I guess it could, but it's not very useful. Look up here.
Come on over.
Come on. Show yourself.
Perfect!
Alright, they got him. Is that all of them? Hope so. There's something I can interact with here. Gambling terminal? Alright, we know how this works now. Need to find a code that matches this one. And now this one. And this one. Nice. I don't think there was anything else I could interact with here. Just the medipacks. Medigel. Let's see here.
Please.
Oh.
I'm telling you the truth. I work for Morden at the clinic. I came here to help you.
We know you're spreading the plague virus. We saw the vials in your bag.
No, those vials contain the cure. Please, you have to believe me.
Maybe we should cut off your fingers. That should loosen your... Look out! Don't move. One more step and we kill your friend.
I know you're scared of the Vorcha, of the plague, but this man isn't to blame. If he was spreading the virus, why would he come into Vorcha territory? They're immune.
She's right. Doesn't make any sense. If we release the prisoner, we can go.
You have my word on it.
Let him go.
Nice.
You got what you wanted, human.
I love having high
Are we free to
charisma.
go?
We had a deal.
Human nobility. I didn't know such a thing existed.
Thank you. I thought they were gonna kill me. Did Morden send you to find me?
The professor could use your help right now. He's got too many patients and not enough volunteers.
Yeah, okay. I'll go right away. Thanks again. I owe you... well, everything.
No worries. Alright. I think that was everything in here. Then let's get in here.
Incoming!
This is kind of floating away. Whoop. Jesus, that was not very good aiming on my part. Can I interact with this? No. Alright. Let's go down here then. Whoa. Where is my sniper? There's my sniper.
Right between the eyes.
Are there more? Yeah. Woo! Oh.
Get him! Hostile!
Get this dude. Can't see the other ones. Let me have a look over here.
Get over here.
Can I see them here? Yeah.
I got it.
I think that was all of them. Unless... Oh, there's more.
One left.
Come on over.
I can't really reach him. Oh, now I can. There's so many of them. Jesus. That all? No. I can't really. There we go. Got him. Okay, let's go down here. Is that ammo? Maybe I should have just gone down here to begin with. But it's nice with the high ground. Sure, where to go? I feel like there's something. No, this is where we were. Okay, so that way was not the correct way. I guess we'll go this way then. No one here? No, doesn't seem like it. Nothing over here, huh? Alright, then let's just go this way. Oh.
I've lost shield. Enemy down.
Got some cover. Oh.
You're done.
We're fine. You're done. What's this? Got some parts, got some credits. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Nothing here. No. Alright.
We're close to the environmental controls. Let's get that cure in, then hit the fans.
Of course. I'm gonna save. Just to be sure.
You don't come here. We shut down machines, break fans. Everyone choke and die. Then collectors make us strong.
What do the collectors want?
Collectors want plague. You work for Doctor. Turn on machines. Put cure in air. We kill you first.
Incoming.
Oh man.
I've got it.
I was lucky. Good thing I dodged in time. Can't see their health.
Have a nice trip.
It's gonna blow.
I see that one. Do I have grenades? Let me try. No, doesn't seem like it. It's not on G at least.
The central control system is in an alcove in the center of the back wall. You can inject the cure and reinitialize the systems there.
Alright, thank you, AI. Or Eddie? I think their name was. Can't go this way. Okay. Can I examine? Power must be restored. Access area. Okay. I hope there's not a time limit for this. I'm just kind of going at my own pace. Let me have a look over here too. Nothing here. No? Okay. And this is also a closed door. In that case, let's just go where the game wants us to. But it doesn't hurt to shake.
Cure's locked in. Once we get the fans going, we should be good.
I have located the fan controls. There are two, one on either side of the room you're in now.
I wish I had more shots in my sniper. But fortunately, I do not. Is that all of them? Seems like it. But I can't put away my gun. So maybe not. Now I can go here.
There we go!
Alright.
One down, one to go. Let's move.
Get that. Okay. Excuse me, Jacob, you're in my way. Oh. I can't. Alright. Are there more over here, or are we good? Oh, there's more. Let me just reload real quick. We don't give a fuck.
Watch out!
Oh. Oop, 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 oop.
Target charging!
Let's get these guys. Oh, he's still not dead? What were you guys shooting at?
Here we go!
That one.
I've got no shields! Enemy down!
Oh god. What are you?
I've got him!
What? Where are my dudes? Okay. Miranda's here. Is that everyone? Hope so. Get these fans running. Wait, let me get this first.
Both fans are up. That should be it.
Nice.
Environmental systems engaged. Airborne viral levels dropping. Patients improving. Vorcha retreating. Well done, Shepard. Thank you.
And thank you from me as well. Those Batarians would have killed me. For a second there, I thought you were going to shoot them even after they let me go.
I made a promise to spare them if they let you go. I honor my promises.
Merciful of you. Risky. Would have killed them myself.
Professor, how can you say that? You're a doctor. You believe in helping people.
Lots of ways to help people. Sometimes heal patients, sometimes execute dangerous people. Either way helps. Go check on the patients.
I mean,
lots of work to do.
I see where he's coming from, but we don't totally agree with that. It's kind of
Good kid,
how...
bit naive. He'll learn. Letting him take over the clinic. Should be able to handle it now that Vorcha are gone.
It's kind of like how we didn't really agree with Garrus. Like, he was very determined to kill, like, bad guys. But we were kind of like, I don't know about that. There could be a middle ground, you know?
We've cured the plague. Are you ready to help stop the collectors?
Yes. Unexpected to be working with Cerberus. Many surprises. Just need to finish up here at the clinic. Won't take long. Meet you at your ship. Looking forward to it.
I don't think...
I'm gonna look around for a moment.
Yeah. Need to check on those people in the apartment. No. I guess I can't.
Thanks for bringing us
Oh,
here.
he's
You
here.
probably saved our lives.
Thanks for bringing us here.
Well, in that case, I think we're ready to go.
Just need to finish up here at clinic. Won't take long. Beat you at your ship. Looking forward to it.
We're heading out. See you in the Normandy.
I think I could have talked to someone there. Oops. Oh well. So it was this one that we got. The 5. Okay. I feel like I could have talked to someone else there. Oh well.
Welcome to the Normandy, Professor. It's an honor to have you on board.
Yes, very exciting. Cerberus working with aliens. Unexpected. Elusive man branching out, maybe? Not so human-centric.
You're very well informed.
Solarian government well-connected espionage experts had top-level clearance once, retired now. Still, hear things. Informed of name only, no knowledge of man behind it. Anti-alien reputation listed as problematic.
Don't kid yourself, Professor. Humans still come first in the elusive man's eyes, but this mission is too big for them to handle alone.
The Collectors are abducting human colonists out on the fringes of Terminus space.
Not simple abductions. Wouldn't need me for simple.
Entire colonies disappear without a trace. No distress signals are sent out. There are no signs of any kind of attack. There's virtually no evidence that anything unusual happened at all, except that every man, woman, and child is gone.
Gas, maybe? No. Spreads too slow. Airborne virus? No.
You don't have to sit there and guess. We collected samples from one of the colonies. I'd like you to analyze them and figure out how the Collectors did this.
Yes, of course. Analyze the samples. Going to need a lab.
There is a fully equipped lab on the combat deck, Professor Solus. If you find anything lacking, please place a requisition order.
Who's that? Pilot? No. Synthesized voice. Simulated emotional inflections. Could it be? No. Maybe. Have to ask. Is that an AI?
Yes, it is.
This ship is equipped with an artificial intelligence.
An AI on board. Non-human crew members. Cerberus more desperate than I thought.
The Collectors have taken tens of thousands of colonists. We'll do whatever we have to do to find and stop them.
Yes, of course. Can't risk being captured like colonists need to identify, neutralize technology, need samples. Which way to the lab?
Follow me, Professor.
Alright. I feel like we weren't really done on Omega though. Yeah, I'm mistaken. I think we can talk to everyone again, but I think I'm gonna leave that for next time we play. Because I've been streaming for 4 hours and 19 minutes, kind of, almost, soon. So I think that's enough for today, but I've had a lot of fun. As I said, I think I might play Sorcery tomorrow, since it's a new game that I want to try out, but I could also play Mass Effect. I'll see what I feel like doing. It might be either or. We'll just have to wait and see. I'll probably be streaming early because I'm going away in the evening. So with that, I hope you've had a wonderful morning, day, evening, or night, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye!